Check 1, 2. Give me just a second here. Sorry about that. Careful buying a dip here. Oh, you could buy a dip briefly, but I think it's going to get sold.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says, we did not seriously consider a 50 basis point cut today.
We're back, baby. Oh, Alcoa. I was looking at Alcoa yesterday, and whoever the other company is that smelts aluminum. Alcoa is closely working with the U.S. admin and aluminum associations regarding upcoming tariffs, advocating for Canadian exemption. The company sees both opportunities and risks from tariffs, but expects minimal net EBITDA impact on Q1. Some customers are securing supply early due to tariff concerns, while others are waiting, creating revenue uncertainty. Recognize that we'll need to provide guidance for next quarter, as the tariff cost will show up in our bridge within the other bar as an additional cost of goods sold. As a result, this quarter have more uncertainty in both revs and working capital. That is more than normal. Overall, though, we are expecting a very strong first quarter. I'm fascinated right now with the two smelters that we have in the U.S. The turnaround on them, if we actually bring steel and aluminum smelting back to the U.S. Also, there's smelters in Michigan that have been in like this. They're online but not online. They have to keep them running in the background. One is called Zug Island, very famous smelter in the U.S. with nightmare-fueled stories about working there, living there, and of course the pollution and stuff associated with it. But at the same time, would bring lots of industry to the U.S. U.S. steel, baby. That would be wild to see U.S. steel. Like the recipes they have for that stuff and the methodology. We haven't seen U.S. steel, like true U.S. steel, in a long time. Old school Craftsman tools. Woo! See that ever again? I don't know if we'd ever see that again, but like when you think about quality, the way that I always describe it is check out Levi's. Go to the Levi's website and look up the OG 501 jeans. See how much those things cost. They were like $20 when I was a kid. $20-$30. Not anymore. They're like $300 to $700 a pair. I always want to put up the
Canadian dollar is reflecting what's going on. We need to
the SpongeBob one, the SpongeBob TV show, where it would say like technical difficulties. Oh yeah, dude, an old school Craftsman house. I just pulled out some old Kentucky pine from my house, and I just pulled it out like 2-3 weeks ago, and I was looking at this piece of wood that I had. It was a 2x6, and I'm like looking at this 2x6. I'm feeling it and the weight of it. I'm like, there are no more you can't find 2x6 pine like this ever anymore. It's all gone. And like when you figure out like why did they construct houses with 2x6s and 2x8s? Fucking, I could hold that thing up. I could put it. So I had it in my hand, and I was feeling it in my hand, and I'm like this. I was like this it was like a 2x6x8, and I'm like, I bet if I picked up a 2x10 or 2x12, like current one, it doesn't weigh near what that fucking thing weighs. Like that thing is like, I have a Century home, so
Bank of Canada's I'll examine exchange rate movement in context.
They just built differently. They really. And of course, everybody today is like, "Oh, houses are built way better today." I'm like, I don't know if I believe that. They built shit to last back then. They really did. The side, like the not the siding, but the I forget what it's called, but the sheeting on my house is 1x pine boards. Like that fucking shit's never coming off. 1x8 and 1x6. Now we use cardboard, like 8mm cardboard sheathing on our walls of our houses. Oh yeah. No, it measures 2x6. It's a true 2x6 too. It's not that new 2x6, 2x4 measurements. SEC shut us down. Thanks, Talking Monkey. Appreciate it. There's nothing unusual about this price action. Zero. You're gonna need to start getting the briefs, man. None of this price action is unusual. This is to be expected this week. It's all week until we come into the 14th. Yeah, the 2x6 that I pulled out, it's stupid. And it's a 100-year-old board. I would suspect that board would be good for another 100 years. That's how, like that old growth forest shit, straight and true to this day, and heavy as fuck. It's almost like heartwood. If you were to like describe it, it's almost like heartwood. It's gorgeous wood too. It's beautiful. I kept it. I was like, I'm keeping this piece. I'm gonna use it for something. It's got to be expensive as fuck. It's got to be. If you like tear these houses down and keep that wood,
declines to respond to U.S. metal tariffs.
Absolutely stunningly beautiful.
Deadline after U.S.
It has the properties of hardwood.
Supplies take effect.
Okay, we're coming down into kind of where we should be. See if we catch a bounce here or lower. Or if she bleeds like a pig.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says our estimate of the neutral rate is centered on 2.75%.
That's why you bought a house from the 90s instead of a new build. The new builds are scaring the shit out of me. I read I watch a guy from Texas who does home inspections, and it is fucking crazy. I'm like, holy shit. They're just slapping them up. It's like, I kind of get it to an extent. I get it. You know what it reminds me of is like when I was young, when I was really young, If you renovate it, when I was really young, you would renovate a house and live in it. So you would renovate it to what you wanted, and then you would spend 5, 10 years, 15 years living in that house. And then it's changed to people trying to renovate their houses and sell it, which is wrong. You never want to renovate and sell it. You want someone else to be able to do their own renovation to live in it. So that's kind of like swung back into fashion now.
Bank of Canada Deputy Governor Rogers says reality is sinking into the equity markets.
And then you've got the rehabber, flipper, garbage renovations. Those are horrible too. Everything is gray, or at the one time it was everything was gray. That's kind of fading a little bit with all that builder grade Home Depot shit. That stuff's horrible too. But the idea that houses now are disposable or will be torn down one day is huge. Do you think homes will last 100 years ever again? I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that that's going to hold true. I mean, like sturdy house, 100-year home, 200-year home. Do you think that? I say 100-year, but let's think about that more logically. My house is a 100-year house. I think it'll last another 100 years. I'm shit you not. Like another 100 years, no problem. But the thing was that when they built my house, they built it on the best land available, of course, and then it wasn't like the worst piece of. It wasn't like in the swamp. You know what I mean? And they built shit to last. They really did. Like they just built it to last. The care, I don't know if it was care, craftsmanship, or whatever it was, but of course there's some issues with older homes you have to address to modernize them to some point. But you know what I haven't done is I haven't done any of the spray insulation in my home. It makes me think of like formaldehyde and mobile homes and stuff like that. Cancer. I still like old school fiberglass insulation. That's not even really that old school. I guess rock wool would be even more old school than that.
The S&P 500 moves lower now, last down spot 2%.
Watch the screen right here.
So again, US stocks extending their fall here. That's the Dow Jones down 1% now.
Incoming Canada PM Carney saying we are ready to sit down with the U.S. government and with Trump to discuss tariffs and trade. Also going on to say I'm ready to meet with Trump looking for a common approach. Mexican President Sheinbaum declines to respond to U.S. metals tariffs. We'll wait for April 2nd deadline after U.S. duties on foreign steel and aluminum supplies take effect. About to get wrecked personally and financially. Yes, you are.
Bank of Canada Senior Deputy Governor Rogers says the speed of the pass-through and the magnitude of the pass-through are the two big uncertainties in reference to US tariffs.
Why do I have an error?
So keep in mind in 5 minutes time now at 11:15 a.m. Eastern time, we are expecting a possible comments from ECB's Lane, who's giving closing remarks at a Frankfurt conference.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Kazakhstan's energy minister says Kazakhstan is committed to the OPEC Plus deal. And Bank of Canada Senior Deputy Governor Rogers says we don't expect that the supply constraints from tariffs and the trade war will run into the same surge in demand we saw during the pandemic. Back to Kazakhstan's energy minister says we continue to work purposefully to fulfill our obligations. And Kazakhstan's energy minister adds that the current quota overrun in February is due to technological processes. Kazakhstan's energy minister adds that they took necessary measures to compensate for the temporary increase in production.
EU retaliates against Trump trade moves and hits beef, whiskey, motorcycles with targeted tariffs. Yeeks.
Kazakhstan's energy minister adds that any further plans for development of Kazakhstan's oil industry will be implemented only in strict compliance with the country's obligations and taking into account the market situation. Saying that they exceeded the OPEC Plus quota in February due to an expansion of the Tengiz oil field. So keep in mind, just for some context, that Kazakhstan was one of the main reasons why OPEC Plus cancelled their planned oil output increase, as they did overcompensate within the OPEC Plus quota. Keep in mind as well that the news conference from Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem has now ended, but we are now shortly expecting comments from ECB's Lane.
See if trend holds here. Trend attempting to stay in line. You're going to see call buyers step in here. There's no guarantee that we don't do that quick knife to the downside. If you're in the Discord, I sent you I posted in the market chat a wick down situation.
And Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says that a rise in people's medium and longer term inflation expectations would certainly be a big warning for us.
Tesla still has a gap to close lower at 215. Nvda looks great. They've got a gap to close down below. Just note here, I'm going to give you guys post some.
So Kazakhstan plans to cut oil production to comply with OPEC Plus.
SPU's holding right now. Nice little wick here. So fucking bullish. Oh my God. It just wants to rip fucking faces off so bad. I can't tell you guys how much Momo is coming up from underneath the depths of hell. It's so fucking stupid. How's Alcoa doing? Or what's the other smelter? Is it CENF? Century Aluminum. CENX. I had that wrong. They were cranking this week. Look at these fuckers. Trading $18 up again this morning. I wish I had bought them fucking at $16 2 days ago. I would have bought them. Maybe we can catch another low down there. Look at them in a higher frame. CENX. No. Yeah. I don't like them here. Kind of like them here, but they've been so predictable. Fucking hate trading. I've never been a fan of trading commodities per se. It looks a little long in the tooth. I think maybe I'm wrong, and don't listen to me on CENX. The fact that it's already hit lows of like $2-3. It's a tough one. That's not an easy trade. That is not a fucking easy trade. Like something deep inside of me wants to own like all the US steel or 2 US steel companies and all the 2 US aluminum companies. Not for today, but for like 10 or 20 years from now. Got nothing. I still see risk off on spec growth this morning. See a couple things here. CRVO. Servo Med. They got shanked. Jesus. Servo Med. What happened to them? Ooh. They took a lot of money. I'd have to look this company up first. This is a this is a shitco though. There's no way this is not a shitco. Jesus Christ. This company here was trading $2, now trading $5.34. Can you short the fuck out of it? I would short the fuck out of this company. Can't even talk about this company. Microsectors Travel, Springview Holdings. They're all shitcos. Shitco. This is an interesting one. Oh, fuck. They already made a move higher. Nope. They're kind of garbage, too. Nope. Don't like them either. I liked them back in February. This is an I'm going to bring up a stock for you guys to look at here. Starting to squeeze higher now, bouncing off of 554.27. Breaking through the first 15-minute resistance. We'll see if we can break out here, but you want to be watching this here. Watch this next 15-minute right here. I'm looking at a company called, if you've got triggers and velocity, take a look at a company called AMPS, AMPS. I don't particularly like them right now at this moment. AMPS. If they can come back and close 382, they're attempting a breakout right now with their daily trigger, weekly trigger, and monthly trigger. Man, I want to sell VIX so bad. I can't remove this because I got to watch it. Is anybody selling VIX right now or selling vol into in the month? Note that we've got a 10-year auction today too. Later this afternoon. Then we have the daily trigger coming down through the weekly on TNX.
US immigration detention maxed out at 47,600 detainees, according to a senior ICE official.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
HYG trying to hold on right now. A little gap lower. $11.34. Note to you that we have a 17-week auction that just took place. But then we have a 10-year note at 1 p.m. and a monthly budget statement at 2.
Trump calls the latest inflation numbers very good news. Speaking to reporters now again. Trump speaking to reporters calls the latest inflation numbers very good news.
Squeezing higher now into 15-minute. If you are long, you want to take some off right now. SPOO's attempting to turn to the upside. Tesla, looking over the cliff and holding on. Pretty good to see. Nvda looking over a cliff to close a gap lower, and it's holding on right now. Alphabet leaving the cliff behind as well. Amazon recovering. Meta left a small gap behind from this morning, but it's recovering too. Apple recovering right now. Microsoft looking sexy. XLF, a note here. XLF has a giant gap higher at 48.37. It's trading 47.60 right now. VIX rolling. VIX closed the gap on the upside. Now looking for downside moves here. To get one more nice squeeze, pump higher here. Trump helping with the pump, calling the latest inflation numbers very good news after calling for a rate cuts yesterday, I believe. One in 5 minute trigger looking for a bull plane to the upside. Just a note here, a half an hour and hourly trigger are extremely fucking bullish. Daily, weekly velocity, extremely bullish. It's been bullish for a couple days now. I can feel it. I'm like, oh man, we're so fucking close to the rip. Oh, like today, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. Oh, I'm just waiting for it. Just waiting. I'm so fucking like amped, like under the surface. It's like I can't wait. When I know, like I don't want to say this publicly, but because I want to get people's hopes up, but like the old trader in me. I know I'm gonna wake up in like 2 or 3 days one morning, and it's gonna be fucking vertical. I just can't wait. Yeah. Like down here doing all my buying, doing my shopping. Do. Like down like whole week, past 2 weeks. Not 2 weeks. Yeah, I did a bunch of buying higher and at like 82 or something. And I did a bunch of buying down at 62, and I'm just like do. Can't wait. Can't wait. Won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. We'll wake up in like fucking 5 days, and it's gonna be fucking all-time highs. People are fucking getting long up there. I'm gonna be fucking selling into you. I'm gonna be fucking hedging the market. And we'll do it all over again. Oh shit. We can't wait. I don't know why it gets like that. I don't know. I was talking about it in the brief last night. I was like, you tell them, it's like you tell them on tops, and you tell them on bottoms, you tell them on tops, you tell them on bottoms. And it's just like fucking pure nightmare fuel. Screaming bloody fucking murder on the way up, screaming fucking bloody murder on the way down. Constantly. Reading the chat earlier, I'm like, I was gonna start banning people earlier. I'm like, I'm not gonna ban anybody. Done with the bans. They're all fucking losing traders. Seriously, I'm like, gonna crash right now. I'm like, I know. I know. It's gonna top two, right? When we're on the tops, yeah. We keep grinding higher, keep grinding higher. I'm just like, I can't. It reminds me of like September and October. And it's like, is that the bottom? It's like, dude, it's like September 5th, bro. It's like, we can't give it a minute. You should be asking for deeper. Like, we should be going deeper right now. It's fucking September. Like, make it fucking deeper. I want a fucking discount. Like, get out of the way. Fucking bull. And then I got fucking bears. Fucking, it's gonna go even deeper. No, it isn't. Get out of the way, too. You make some money. So fucking hard for it, too. I'm like, but on my mind, like, past like 4 or 5 days. Like, I'm gonna wake up. No, it's gonna be jackpot. What else we got? Let me just check around everything here.
According to state media, Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei says negotiations with the current US government will not.
I gotta reset this thing.
Of Iranian sanctions.
Do this again.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
So Trump speaks to reporters at a meeting with the Ireland PM.
You know, there is something I have to say here. We've discussed it in the past, but I need to discuss it. I'll keep monitoring it, but when you get into late bull cycles, can't stop. Not even pulling down here. Look at this. Just nope. Not going down here. Not going down here. We're just going to base island it and slam higher. We have to talk about something. I haven't talked about it in a while. We should discuss this. It's important. We've had this discussion over the past 5 or 6 years, but I haven't touched on it, and we need to. I haven't touched on it probably in the past month, maybe, or 3 months, but there's always new viewers, so
It says meeting with Trump
we'll touch on it right now.
Tax cuts.
When you get into late bull cycles, you start when you come into a new bull cycle, when you come into like you're bottoming in a bear market or bear market. When you're exiting a bear market, you're looking for signs of spec growth turning up. And these are usually shitcos. Or they might not be shitcos. I shouldn't say shitco. That's wrong. I try to actually separate the shitcos from the non-shitcos, but they're both part of spec growth. And what you're looking for is all tides will raise shitcos with non-shitco spec growth, but in particular, you're looking for spec growth to start coming alive. So, and let me explain that better. When you're entering this a new bull market, you'll see, and we have a gift right now. For the first time in a long time,
EU has been very tough.
IPOs are pre-launched like 30 times before it ever comes to market. A stock comes to market. So back in the day, you would have a company enter the S&P 500 or the stock market in general, right? New York Stock Exchange, and they would come in at like $5, $10, and they'd be valued way higher, and they would be accumulated, and they would go to a great price, and you'd make some money. Nowadays, all these fucking grifters, fucking like VC grifter scumbags, what they do is they'll pre-IPO a bunch of this shit, and they'll give their fucking friends like, hey, you want this stock for $1? And then after this round of financing, I'm going to sell it for $1.50, then $2, then $5, and $10. And they promise you it's going to open at a certain price. And then as they finish all these fucking round after round after round after round, it ends up opening. Like I remember some of these IPOs, they're like, we think it's going to open at $30. And it's like, it's $40 like a week before. $50, $60, $70, $80. Right? And the fucking we IPO a company. And what is it? It pumps for like 2-3 days, and then fucking boom, big short. IPO blasts down to fucking what it's really valued at. What it originally was valued at: $5, $2,
Trump says
$6.
Reciprocal tariffs.
That's actually a gift. It's going to come down to fucking zero, and you also can watch the accumulation phase restart again.
Tariffs.
So when you come into like a new bull cycle, if you have a way to watch spec growth that does a good job, that's worthless. So like they have good fundamentals.
Trump saying very happy oil is down. Just earlier on in the European session, according to an official, the EU is going to target GOP-led states with retaliatory tariffs. And EU tariff retaliation is to include House Speaker Johnson's state.
This eye right here.
Pemex CEO says Mexico reliance on US gas is a national security problem.
I'll make that this so you can see it better. You can do that one right there. That one right there would be nice. We're going to go a little bit lower because I just want to lower expectations. I just want to beat this one, then beat that one right there. So anyways, these companies, right? If you're in a bear market, you can watch these companies, and these companies usually have fundamentals that are amazing. They're like banging it out of the park. They're normally so these spec growth companies are normally selling real products. Say like they're not promising you something like Tesla back in the day. Today too, promising you something but not delivering on it. They're in development. They're taking loans. They're blah blah blah. Right? They don't have any real product. I don't care what the product is. Like when spec growth is not just tech. It's just we make something and we sell it, or we dig something up out of the ground, or we have a software. We have something. We have a thing, and we're making money off it right now. Hand over fist money. We have plans for expansion. We don't need any loans. We don't need any VC money. We just got listed. Let's say we opened at $100 and now we're trading $5. And everything looks great. That's a real good spec growth company. Instead of doing like a basket of 30 companies that may or may not ever deliver what they promise, like a Tesla or an Apple, even at one time Apple, you're looking for companies that are spec growth, that are real, tangible. Now, I know like fundamentals and forward PE ratio, stuff like that. You know that that's all thrown into the trash these days. But truthfully, there's a whole other stock market where companies are way, way undervalued, way in their spec growth. So when we're exiting a bear market and we're entering into a bull market, if you can have a giant basket of these stocks, normally they're not going up. In this bear market, they're like flatlining, low, trading sideways, and you start to see them peek their heads up one by one by one by one. And what you're looking for is the accumulation. So I got a book back here about this. Hold on. I got a couple books on this, but here's one about it. It's called Hedge Fund Market Wizards. It's pretty good. There are others. Basically, how this goes is I'm going to simplify this. I'm not prepared with a written script for you, but basically, back in the day, banks didn't take too many risky bets in the stock market. They were basically focused on the bond market, or if they owned stuff in the stock market, it was very.
Trump says it is up to Russia now.
Benign investments, the best way to say it. Now, of course, these banks were always seeking higher profits, and traders were making money for these banks, and they get older, right? Get some guy, he's old, he's making a bunch of money for a bank, he wants to go out on his own.
Says we have people going to Russia right now. And hopefully we can get a ceasefire.
So a lot of these bank traders would leave, or not leave, but they'd propose to their bosses like a Jamie Dimon 100 years ago and say, well, I'm going to start my own fund. And they had connections with guys like Jamie Dimon, right? Now, some of these guys became market makers. No, not a market maker dealer or dealer market maker, but these are market makers, actual market makers, like Bernie Madoff. And what they do is they're on their own. Make sure we don't reverse this and come back down, of course, but the idea here is that, well, let's get rid of these. First, let's get rid of this 15. No, not get rid of it, but let's just take a peek at the 15-minute really quick.
Trump says that we have gotten some positive messages on ceasefire.
Now turns green. Nope. There we go. And then this one turns green.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
So you get these guys that are like market makers. And basically what they're doing is they're on their own. And just remember this one right here in particular, because you want to get maybe right there would be nice. You want to see the new high if possible. Even if it rolls down here. So you want to see that new high. And then maybe a drop down and get up there. So these guys go off on their own. And they have relationships with bankers. And so you've got like a guy on his own, he's got a relationship with a banker, and he would create a market for stocks that are trading way below value and come back to banks and say, hey, I've been accumulating stock XYZ. I got shit tons of it. I'll run a program, astroturfing. This is back in the day, way back in the day. We'll run it up and sell into everybody else, right? Years later, hedge funds were created rather than it just being one guy out there. It would be a fund, and hedge funds do the same thing now today. And they'll do the same function of an old school market maker to some extent. So when you're entering these bull markets, if you're watching these stocks closely, what you'll see is accumulation begin, and it's the ruminations of the start of a bull run. And there's a lot of danger that banks at one time couldn't take on themselves, and there was a lot of danger that hedge funds couldn't quite take on. And it's a way to find out that the bear market's ending, the bull market's starting. And in these risk-on environments, these stocks crank for years, 1-2 years. They go high multiples. These stocks become the meme stocks that you talk about on Wall Street Bets. If you don't know this, we've always had meme stocks in the past, in modern history. There have always been meme stocks. You might think that that's a phenomena in the last 10 years. It's not. It's always been like that. At least the last 50 to 100 years. They just didn't call it a meme. Now, I have followed these stocks in the last 2 bull runs. And there are people in our group that follow, they create ETFs to follow these stocks with me. Now, what's important to know is this. If we are in, or we know or think that we're coming into the end of the best times of a bull run, most bull runs, minimum they run, not most, very rarely do they last only a year and a half. They last usually about 3 to 5 years. There is some skew in that number because we've had bull runs that are way longer than they should be. Mostly due, I don't know if I'd say mostly due, but tax changes, and then Reagan. It's like 1978, 1980. We had some real weird, lengthy bull runs. We've had some artificial bull runs too from the Fed and how they treat the market.
I'm working so hard to get this finished.
After 2008.
So hard to get this thing finished.
But generally speaking, they run about 3 years minimum, roughly 3 years. We're about 2 years into this bull run. So you start thinking to yourself, they should run about, minimum a year and a half. On average, at least 3 years, maybe 5. Right? But in that frame of time, if you have the start of the bull run, you have, we're entering this time period of risk on a shitco or a spec growth company, and they've been cranking. Those market makers, those hedge funds, they tend to collapse down from those spec growths that they entered early bull run, and they start to consolidate into more quality stuff. So, an example would be if you've got an AI trade, and you've got phases to it, and you've pumped up, let's say, 5 companies that are doing this one thing in AI, and you have an heir apparent as a winner. You're like, okay, we got 5 or 10 companies, and the whole way up, everybody's screaming, those 3 or those 5 of 10 or those 8 of 10 are scammers. As you come to the end of that bull run, where they're pumping all these companies that may or may not produce, you find the 1, the 2, the 3 that do, they will mellow out. They're not a pump fake scam. They're like, okay, these are the winners. We've crowned Nvda or crowned this one. They become mature stocks, and the premier of whatever that run is, right? The rest of them, though, are left behind. And that is important to know. So if you're at the end of a bull run, or the bull run's getting long in the tooth, you may begin to see some of these spec growth stocks not continue on with the rest of the stock market. And you'll see concentrations in quality. You'll see concentrations. You'll see some rotations into other stocks that got no love, like they went through a recession during a bull run. You'll see some of that rotation, but you'll see a lot of the favorites, the FOMO favorites, get left behind. When you come to the end of a bull run, it's okay for you to not attempt to do whack-a-mole. If you're in the beginning of a bull run, it's easy. Everybody looks like a pro. You're like, oh, I picked a shitco spec growth. It's printing burr. Oh, I picked a great spec growth. Burr. You get to start, like, the years start going on and on and on and on. You begin to, like, you're either stuck in this spec growth company that you think's coming back with everything else, or you're stuck in, like, oh, I've been pumping this stock for 3 years and I just want to stay with it. I fell in love with it. I know everything about it. I know the ins and outs and everybody's name in the C-suite. I know all my friends are wrapped up in this fucking thing. We all got into it when it was $100 and was actually trading $5, and now it traded $150. It's up fucking 6,000%, and now it's starting to go down. Or I can keep trading this and not get trapped in it. If you think that we're starting to enter that late cycle bull run, it's always better as if you look at it like a stool. If you had a stool, like a chair, and the chair starts out with 4 legs, and you start the bull run, and you start to add legs to it, right? Bam, 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 get all these legs around it. Stool now has 100 legs on it. They start cutting legs off. There's one leg, cut another leg off, cut another leg off. Meanwhile, you see the S&P 500 just keep going up. Yet your shitco is not, or your spec growth is not going up. And you're like, why is the market still going higher when other stocks are getting cut?
Democrats behave.
Why is my stock down so much? Why is my stock down 30% in a pullback, 40% in a pullback, 50% in a pullback or a correction or a major correction, yet the S&P 500 is not? It's this collapsing down effect into quality late bull run. And why would you ever want to give that money back that you made so easily in the start of a bull run? It is so much easy in a bull run to choose quality over speculative. Do you guys get what I'm saying, what I'm leading up to here, which would be if you are looking for bottoms to buy, if you are of the mind that the bull run is not over, or even if you think it could be over but you don't want it to be. So if you're like, you know what? Like, I don't know, Cap. I'm not a bear, but this might be the top. That that mid-February top, man, it might never come back. Or if you're a bull and think this bull run is not yet done, and you accept that the news is going to get worse. It's like a transitionary phase, right? Late bull cycle, increase of negative news. Late bull cycle, increase of negative news. You can have both in the same. It doesn't just go positive and then negative. Usually a buildup of negativity as the bull run comes to an end. But it's not defined by negative news one day. It's usually compounding negative data, negative news, giant layoffs, tariff war doom, inflation doom that takes time. Time. So when you start getting into these late cycle bull cycles, it's easier for you not to play whack-a-mole and get trapped and just say, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to buy Apple. Why? Is Apple going to go bankrupt? No. Is Apple going to come back? Yes. More than likely, yes. Walmart, world's largest grocery store.
Macro headline risk.
Is it going anywhere? No.
Now only
Costco.
a year for our real-time
Is Costco going bankrupt anytime soon? No. Fuck you, no.
What he said before, April 2nd will be a very big day.
Is Caterpillar going to go bankrupt and we're not going to make any more machinery? No. Is Lockheed Martin going bankrupt
And
while we're facing potential war
the Trump on tariffs, there'll be very
with China?
flexibility.
Fuck no. Is the S&P 500 going anywhere? No. It's one of the most beautiful indexes in the world. It's probably the world's best company. It can cycle in whatever the fuck it wants and out. Oh, look at you over here. Oh, what are you? You're not producing anymore? Oh, bye-bye. What's that? Oh, you've been doing a good job over there. Come on inside. We'll make you part of the S&P 500. It's the most resilient company in the world. If anyone ever asks you what's the most resilient company in the world, it's called the S&P 500. Spoos, as they used to say back in the day in the trading floors.
U.S. Social Security weighs big cuts to phone service.
Right? Snazzy nazi.
Just more detail in regards to Trump's comment, Trump on tariffs, saying flexibility on tariffs.
Come on, baby, give me that pump.
A little flexibility once we start.
Give me that squeeze. Squeeze them out. Squeeze them out. So as we come into the potential end to a bull run or the longer tooth bull run, and we get these nice pullbacks, we get these nice corrections. We just corrected 10%. How often do we get a correction in a bull run? Do you know? Every year and a half. Every year and a half. Or on average. And we were due for one, right? So we just corrected 10%. The S&P 500 did. To be expected. And if we are not done, and we are in the long tooth of a bull run, it's so much easier
Tariffs.
to long quality. If we get trapped, and we are not in a bull run anymore, you would always want to stay in what? Quality. If the banks or the institutions or any of these larger participants in the stock market want to exit the stank market, they move slow. Not only that, they give themselves exits. They give the opportunity to exit the market in an orderly fashion. So if we have an actual top and there's actual panic or uncertainty or Trump policy or whatever other whiny fear is being mongered out there, or the monger is selling to you, they always give you a chance to get out every single time. It is easier to look for spec growth at the start of a bull market, and it's easier in the later phases of a bull run to just hit the easy button and pick your favorite stonks that you think will definitely be here in 5 years or 3 years. If you do get trapped, and especially if it's got a dividend and you can sell options against it, you can make a lot of money. Whenever you hear people on FinTwit show you a chart of the S&P 500 and go on and fucking on about how the S&P 500 is not performed over 10 or 20 or 30 years, they are fucking lying to you. They are lying to you on every major correction, on every bear market. 10% drawdown, 20% drawdown, 30% drawdown, anything like that.
Trump says tax policy would stop Ireland from taking business.
You should be down there scooping that shit up. They never like to tell you about the divvies. They never like to tell you about selling options. They never, ever like telling you that. They never like telling you how you can take a loan against that stuff to do other shit. They never tell you about the tax benefits. They never tell you about any of this stuff.
Tax policy to stop other nations from taking business.
SPY now trading 562.45. 4 trigger bull cluster forming. If you have a 30-minute chart at home with SPY, look at the velocity for the daily, hourly, and the half an hour. All of tech recovering right now. Apple a little bit slower. XLF wants to fuck around and find out and close the gap on high at 48.34. XLK coming back right now to meet back up with 213.49, the high on the open. VIX 9-day on a cliff to get sold down to the depths of hell over here. You should go on Fintuit and say, fuck volatility, sell it down to the depths of hell. We got the new high just then. Oh boy, the next high is way up here. Way up there and way over here. A lot of work needs to be done to break above this cluster. Excuse me, cluster right here.
To even that out.
This is the band that wants to keep us lower.
Trump says that we can pressure Russia, but I hope it won't be necessary. So just Trump on Ukraine, Russia saying we can pressure, but hope it's not going to be necessary.
This target was fulfilled right here.
Trump says I can do financial deals that are bad for Russia.
So terrible. It's so terrible. It's so fucking terrible. Sometimes he does make me laugh. Like fucking. He's so terrible. How did we find ourselves here?
Iran Supreme Leader Khamenei, in response to US military threats, says Iran can retaliate and will definitely do so.
Let's take a quick midday break here and take a peek. Nice little bounce up here. High, new high. Come back down into trend. Trend is bought. Be following that trend all the way up. Can always get another downside move there. Watch that 15-minute down here. More pump higher. We got this 10-year.
Just
Watch this 10-year right here. We get closer with you guys. Show you guys this. So you got a 10-year auction, right? Monthly balance sheet over here. Up here, squeeze, right? Start waiting for that 10-year. And then what? Pay attention to this 15 down here and this one down here. A nice little pullback down here, or even this one set us off to go higher up here.
And be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Watch out for grinding over here. Downside move. Dixie catching a bid. TNX catching a bid. Note in particular, TNX has a daily trigger and a weekly trigger down here that are meeting up for a test. Expect rates to travel higher at some point between now and tomorrow. 437 will be the target. VIX 9-day. Watch it very closely. It's at a. Let's go down here and look at VIX 9-day. Oh yeah, look at VIX 9-day. Sitting on a cliff. Trade down here. Hang, 1 moment. Give me 1 moment, guys. I gotta pause for a minute. I'm being interrupted.
Trump says there is a lot of downside for Russia too. And just Trump reiterating that I hope Russia is going to have a ceasefire. It's 5 minutes away until we're expected to hear comments from ECB Spinetta. So the ECB Spinetta speaking in Rome at the Lewis University Conference. BlackRock's Fink said markets had reversal in psychology in recent weeks.
Sorry about that. I just brought my.
Fink says I see elevated inflation and fear markets in short term. Trump says EU has gone after companies like Apple. And I'm not happy with the EU.
I just got a phone call I did not want to get.
Trump on the EU says we'll win that financial battle. And Trump adding that the EU doesn't take US farm products or cars. And Trump says absolutely will put tariff on cars.
God, I hate getting phone calls like that. I'm like, fuck. I just got one of those whammy phone calls that are not nothing I can do.
On dairy tariffs. So Canada
hold on here.
is one of the worst on tariffs, just citing dairy there.
One of those like I raise kids and have a wife and kids and shit. Like fucking whammies. Hate them. Oh, when you're married with kids, it's like I'd say every 6 months there's a whammy. I'm used to them now. I'm older. I don't get crazy about them, but whenever you get those calls, it's like, yeah, there's $5,000 right there, 10 grand, 20 grand. You're just like, oh. Then the guy just called me on the phone or called my wife and
great respect
came and got me to take the call. VIX 9-day bleeding still. Trump saying he'll put tariffs on cars. $29 until the 10-year.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
The VIX getting murdered right now. Watch out for a squeeze. In 1 minute, 5 minutes, half hour turning up. You give me a nice pullback, I'll jump in. All I want is a pullback. VIX 9-day getting murdered right now. VIX 9-day now trading 25.95. Target 23.93. If I see any news out there.
Trump says NATO can be a force for the good.
There's talk here about so there's a major squeeze warning here. I'm going to give it to you here. Could be an explosive upside move. Don't get too crazy.
So Trump ended remarks to reporters at his meeting with Islands PM.
This would be a shocker if we green barred it like 30 fucking points straight up. I just posted a chart for you inside of the Discord. At some point, this is going to happen.
S&P 500 moves higher, last up about 0.88%.
The VIX getting annihilated right now. It's almost like they already know what the fucking 10-year is going to be. Anybody think this is the breakout? Nvda coming back in to test its prior high. Goog coming back to test its prior high. Amazon hasn't done that yet. Apple hasn't done that yet. Give me the fucking pullback, dude. Just give me the fucking... A lot of these tech stocks are testing their prior highs right now. Tesla, a whole bunch more. Watch out for a pullback. Ten-year coming up in 20 minutes. Come on down, baby. Come on down. Come on down. Just a little bit more. Ooh-wee. There's one more right here. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. A little bit more. Hit them with the fucking pain. Like, pain their asses.
Fed bids for 10-year notes total $661 million. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Getting ready here. Nope, a little bit more. The VIX 9-day getting annihilated some more. I got a fucking deal down there. The VIX getting murdered, VIX 9-day. Sorry, I keep bouncing back and forth. VIX 9-day continuing to get murdered here. Do they already fucking know what the 10-year is at this point or what? Jesus Christ, it's fucking moving. Fucking VIX getting annihilated right now.
So in about 10 minutes' time, we're expecting the 10-year note auction with a prior bid cover of 2.48 and prior high yield of 4.632%. So with the US looking to sell $39 billion of the 10-year note at the reopening. So also in regards to expectations then, so treasuries remain slightly cheaper across maturities after raising gains spurred by benign CPI data, creating a concession for the $39 billion 10-year note reopening. And the sale follows soft demand for Tuesday's 3-year note auction, which tailed by 0.6 base points despite robust.
One of these fucking days we're going to break out. One of these fucking days it's going to moon.
With $22 billion.
One of these days this week. Like today, tomorrow, Friday, Monday.
Just in a late Tuesday note that additional concession probably was needed for a good result based on low
fucking just moonshot
valuations and technicals. Then looking at the latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 74.2k ultra 10-year note futures and 712k 10-year note futures, possible sources of current demand for the auction.
VIX getting fucking destroyed right now. Come on, 10-year, baby. Hourly, half-hour trigger holding right now. There's a bunch of fucking bears out there that want to see the world burn. Eight minutes left. Let me know in the chat. Are you long, short, sitting on your hands? It's kind of a big moment here. We got two moments here. We got one at 1 p.m. and then we got another at 2. You all bared up? All the bulls are flinching. PTSD. You see that NDX chart that I showed? How many failed breakouts have there been? That NDX chart that I've just posted inside the Discord? Like how many fucking failed breakouts? Fucking 30? You ain't got no faith, bulls?
5 minutes ago until we get the note auction data for the US 10-year note. Forecast, prior for the bid cover was 2.48, prior for the year high yield 4.632%.
Hold on. That's fucking stupid. You guys start believing that it's all over. A little bit of a bounce here in VIX 9-day. Look at all that supply up there. It's been like a honeypot for bears, hasn't it? Straight up honeypot. Mm-mm. 3 minutes left to find out if the bear honeypot pays again. This thing's paid regular for bears. I think this bear honeypot right where we are right now is paid probably 20 or 30 times consistently. Something stupid for the last month, right? It's been 1 month almost. I will say one thing. One of these is going to squeeze today, tomorrow, Friday, Monday. They could do it over the weekend too. That's what I would think they would save it for the weekend. If I was a dealer, I would save it just to not pay. You do it over the weekend. But I'm going to assume that one of these is going to trap these fucking bears in bad, and they are going to chase. It's probably not today. It's probably going to be over. I would suspect it's over the weekend. If I had to suspect, it's the weekend. If I was a dealer, I would make it the weekend. I would probably plant price down. I'd probably come into the weekend up to here to the price on the hourly, and let these bears buy a doom for Monday, and then squeeze it up over the weekend. Trap them in, make them fucking pay. And then you have to pay the calls, and then you trap the bears in. The VIX turning around to the upside now. Watch out for a giant spike to the downside. Down here.
Ten seconds.
10 seconds. Remember, these are never bullish. Never. Even when they're bullish, they're never bullish.
4.315% before the $39 billion auction. Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
22. Point 22. Still haven't heard anything on the auction yet.
Bid cover 2.59 with a high yield of 4.31%, and you were selling $39 billion of 10-year notes and awarding 95.26% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 13.08% of 10-year notes, and directs 19.51%, and indirects 67.41%.
What was the prior?
So your 10-year note draws 4.310% versus 4.315% pre-sale when issued yield.
That was a good yield. Forecast was, or previous was 4.632. And the high yield, wait a minute here. I'm still waiting for the rest of the numbers to come in here. Post the numbers. I just missed what he just said. Give me a second here. Just waiting for the post. It was 4.315 before the 39 billion auction. 4.31 before. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. 10-year note auction. High yield 4.31% versus 4.315. Bid to cover ratio 2.59. U.S. Sold 39 billion to cover. Awards 95.26% of the bids at a high. That's good. Primary dealers take 13.08%, direct 19.51%, indirect 67.41%. Let's see what happens. Not bad. It was good. But remember, these are always taken as negative, even when they're good. We'll see if we start squeezing, if there's a delayed effect here. We had the 10-year, that's done. We have one more news piece here at 1:30. We'll see if this can continue up. And to the right. We ain't asking for much, man. 560. Well, we are, because if we go up here, we're going to squeeze. It's funny, we're trading like just a few bucks, and getting above this right here, no fun. This is where squeeze comes. Give me like 5 minutes, take a quick break. I just got a phone call earlier, and I'm like, oh. I took my, you guys want to tell you what it is? I didn't tell you what it was. I should tell you what it is. So I bought a car for my daughter, and I'm like, I'm going to bring it to this, I'm going to bring it to an actual Subaru shop and make sure that everything is right on this car. And everything is not right on this car. And I'm fucking angry. I figured there'd be something wrong with it, but I'm like, that's why I brought it to I didn't bring it to like I have my mechanic, and then I brought this car to a Subaru mechanic to have them go over a full like diagnostic of this car to see if there are any issues. There's issues. And I want my daughter to have a car that has no issues, like zero, like almost like a new car, but used. And so they ran a diagnostic on it. He went over the whole fucking thing, and he was like, you need this and that and this and that and this and that. And I'm like, oh, fuck me. Kids are so fucking expensive. It's not even funny. It's just like, I gotta keep telling myself I've got 2 Ferraris, 2 Lamborghinis, 2 beautiful, perfect Lamborghinis that'll never get old and die. They'll far outlive me. It's gonna all pay itself off one day when I'm an old man. It's like, please don't abandon me in a nursing home. You know what I mean? Just like, just don't leave me. Just don't leave me. Like, I don't know if any of you have kids, but like, I'm at this, like, well, there's 2 things with kids, or I don't know. There's maybe more things with kids. I'm new at this, but I gotta say, like, all them years, you do all these years of like, really loving your children. And I'm in this next phase of life with my children. Like my dad, not just my dad, my wife's dad. I was just I was just over in Chicago with a friend from the discourse, from our community. I did a community meetup. And I was with a friend who has daughters that are slightly older than mine. I'm not going to tell you his name here unless he wants me to say it, but I was asking him for advice because I'm new, right? I'm new at this, and I don't have a lot of experience. I did the right thing in their childhood, but now they're becoming teenagers, and there's like this next phase, like and he said he went through something similar. And Joe Donut, he's a close confidant of mine, right? A guy that I really trust. Another person who, when I ask him how he was raised, and my wife, same thing. Like, you hit these teenage years, and your parents, and I'm starting to feel like this, like, noticing that my kids want to do things that are not with mommy and daddy. They have their own lives they want to grow and turn into. The younger one's growing up faster than the older one. And as a parent, they become very expensive as they hit their teens. They're really expensive when they're young, and then they get cheaper. And then when they hit their teens, they start getting really expensive. They make mistakes. They what teenagers do, right? And and then you have to fund their teenage years, or you have them get a job, and then they like cost a lot of money in college. And a lot of parents and kids, they start to break apart for a multitude of reasons. Parents want to get a divorce, not waste the rest of their lives after raising their kids. I see a lot of that. You'll see parents get divorces when their kids are teenagers, right? We raised them. Sometimes you'll see parents want to redate again and start doing things together, remain together, but not include the kids. Some parents include the kids and take care of the kids, right? Some parents support their kids through their teenage years, their early 20s, even sometimes 30s. Help them get through college. Sometimes kids make mistakes or even bigger mistakes when they're in their late teens, early 20s. My wife went to a big university that was very expensive, and she fucking partied her way right out of my father-in-law's pocketbook. And he was like, do it on your own. You haven't learned. Like, I'm not spending this money for you to put on a freshman 15, right? If you know what that is, or any of you guys went to college, probably know what that is. So some of it's kids that do it themselves. Some of it's parents. Some of the parents are just, you know, it's a lot of different stuff, right? It can be parental units doing it, can be kids doing it, can be outside things, outside influences. So I'm kind of coming into that. And I've chosen the road of continuation of supporting and loving my daughters. I'm just not ready for it. I'm just not fucking ready for it. And there's no guarantee of a payoff when I'm old. They could stick my ass back in a nursing home. I'm going to grow old with you guys, aren't I? You guys are going to watch me go through all of this together. I haven't hit any big whammies yet, but I think about this. I'm like, if some tragedy happens or I get totally fucked one way or another, my wife has left me, fucking kids have abandoned me. I can't walk. I don't know, something. Dying. It was bound to happen at some point. I guess I should look at this as not that big of a whammy. So, God damn, it's so expensive. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I did. Around 25 or 26, I started feeling like more an adult. I didn't feel like an adult until I was about 26, 27. I started apologizing at like 28, 30, 32, 35, 40. I apologize. I was wrong. I should have fucking did whatever you told me to do. But fuck me, though, man. It is not cheap. It is expensive as fuck. I just told my wife, so I'll tell you what I just told my wife. I don't know if this is going to be the fucking facts or not, but this is my initial reaction. My initial reaction was, that car is no longer hers. I'm going to buy her a Honda Accord. She's getting a fucking, she's getting that hybrid, whatever that one is. No, I'm not funding this for 10 years. She's going to get a fucking Oldsmobile that'll run forever. God. Yeah, I took it to, there's two really great Subaru mechanics in all of Metro Detroit, and I took her to the best one. So, and then I just talked to this guy. I was on the phone with him, and I'm like, can I get used parts? Yeah. Well, okay. It's the good question, Bunga Bunga. So, where we, depending on the state you live in, right? Some states is much. Do you guys hear like a tinny sound in the broadcast? Like in my voice, do you hear like tin, like metal or echo or anything like that right now? I'm hearing it on my end. I don't know why I'm hearing that. So, yeah, I'm hearing like a tin reverb. Would I have? Oh, you guys have a bunch of good questions. Would I have kids today? I think having children is it's a hard question. It's a tough question because the U.S. has a lot of societal pressures on what it means to be a good parent to children today. It's a really hard question to answer. That's a very good question. I was of the generation where people stopped having kids, and they started having them later in life. Started getting married later. So I'm of the generation. I'm on the backswing of women's lib. My mom told me this. She was right. There was like a big swing of women's lib, and then what happened was when I was a kid, all my friends got divorces, broken homes everywhere. Women were like, "Fuck this, I'm done," and rightfully so. So when I was young, it was like, I'm not taking this shit anymore, and that movement built, right? And I just watched homes get all my friends. It was like destroyed homes, destroyed homes, destroyed homes. And of course, my wife and I are growing up watching all of this, and so as we became adults, my generation started taking marriage very seriously. Like, nope, we're not getting married, and we're just gonna be friends. We'll be and then eventually, like, we'll be partners and stuff, but we're never getting married. We don't ever want to go through the destruction that we saw. Right? We're very harmed from this as a generation. And I noticed too that all of my adult friends, as becoming an adult, started taking marriage very seriously. Kids very seriously, like not wanting to have kids, not wanting to get married. And if they were going to do it, they had to be certain things, right? Or say we're going to be this or that or whatever, accept these things or whatever all that entails. It's shocking to see how many of my adult friends are not divorced, that got married, that are not divorced today. It's a large percentage, likely due to that swing, right? That they're taking this seriously, and more equal partnerships. Most of my friends that are dads are involved with their kids way more than my dads were, way more than any of our dads were. So it's very different today. I don't know if would I have had kids? Yes, I would say yes, and the reason I would say yes is this: for me personally, I don't like being alone, and I think some people are fine with that. I think that's a big part of it. I think a key large driver is do you like being alone? And or do I need to have or want to have or not be alone as I get older? I think that's the big driver today. If the answer is yes, like I like to be alone, I like to go out and do this alone, I can go to anywhere in the world and be alone, and I enjoy myself, I think, nah, you don't need to have kids or want to have kids or whatever. I think a big driver here is, or at least I think today, a big driver is specifically to today would be, do you enjoy like having a wife, having kids in your life, and everything that entails, good and bad. If you are that person, I think it's a good thing to do, and I would probably still do it today. Well, I would have kids today, poor or not. But I've been different than a lot of people, too. I got to say that. Like, I've never lived with the rules of normal parenthood with my children. When I'm in like the school with the other parents and stuff like that, I'm not the same parent as most of them. I'm more liberal. I'm more involved with my kids. I consider them a family member, not my child. They're an active part of my family. They matter in my family. They're not a burden. We had our kids. We wanted to have our children. So we have a lot of differences than a lot of parents. And then we have an intact marriage, which is critical. I have a buddy going through a divorce right now with 2 children, and I really feel for both of them, both the mom and the dad, because it's so hard if you don't have an intact. Doesn't matter if it's 2 men, 2 women, a man, woman. It means a lot to have 2 people that are like, no matter what, we're together and we want this, and through thick and thin and all this other shit. Squeezing again right now. That means more than money. Like you can't. I think a single parent can raise children. They can raise children with family help, friend help. They can do it alone. But having 2 units, 2 parental units, oh man, it's all the nightmares, all the bad times, all the, oh my God, we're going to get through this. Having that person next to you, payoff, man, payoff. It really does make a difference. And it makes a difference in kids' lives too. In my experience, at least it does. Squeezing again here, trying to get higher again. Doing it a second time. It's not easy. But going back to that whole kid thing and the cost and all that kind of stuff, or I think I lost track on part of it because you guys have some great questions there. I don't know the answer to all this. I know for sure that the thing that always scares the fucking shit out of me the most, if there was one thing that scares the shit out of me, it's always the things you have no power over. I don't know if I'm describing that right, but if my kids have a congenital defect or my kids become drug addicts, those are the things that I'm most fearful of. There's not a lot you can do, and you're not a bad person, you're not a bad parent, kid's not bad either. I haven't hit any of those whammies yet, but I know at some point I'm going to. It's a normal part of life, right? People go through things. They go through good, bad times, all that kind of stuff. So I'm just hoping that we're strong enough to get through all that stuff as a family whenever that happens. But personally, for me, I love family. I like kids. I like my wife. I like the goddamn dogs, like the goddamn cats. Are we going to break out here or what? Fucking just do it. Rip the Band-Aid off. Seriously, just do it. I didn't get to buy this dip here if you wanted to know on the Discord. I did this trade right here. I wanted lower to get in. At any rate, but I don't get to live the life that there's some downsides to this too, right? Having kids is not I look poor. I live looking poor. I try to get deals. I try to get use out of things. I don't flash money. That's all due to having children. They're not cheap. They're not fucking cheap. I would be fucking rich if I didn't have kids. Rich. Just the years, the decades of not being able to save and compound money, having to spend money, it's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. I think we can go up a little bit here. I've been watching the option chains. I think we can go. I think we can squeeze here. It's possible. I think we can squeeze a little bit here. A little bit. Maybe just another little bit more. Maybe bring it down one more time and then get it up into the close. One more little pump higher. But I wouldn't change it for the world. I don't think that I would. I can't say that I would. I can't say that I would. I think that it's a very individual thing. Like having children, not having children is a very individual, personal thing. Yeah, yeah, I'm agreeing with you guys on that. My friends is going through a divorce, man. I'm like, fuck. I'm always that shit haunts me to this day. Like my wife could come to me tomorrow and be like, I'm done. You know, tired of putting up with this shit all these years. I've seen that too, like left field divorce. Like I never saw it coming. That's always possible too. That's those things that freak me out. What are we looking at here? What's going on with Nvda attempting to make a new daily high? Google, well, they had a pre-market high at 171. Amazon could drive the market. It hasn't made its way back to the opening high. Apple hasn't made its way back to the opening high, so we could cycle into those stocks. Cycle into Amazon, Apple. Meta's looking like shit right now. I don't know why. It's dogging. Tesla looks nice and beefy right now. XLF still pumping to the upside. XLK still looking kind of strong here. They're going to do another attempt to squeeze right now. Another little squeeze-a-rama. Coming into the half an hour, we need that new high. We're almost there to get the new high in the half an hour right now. We get another squeeze here. Watch this closely. Another breakout attempt for the market. Bears sweating. Another attempt at squeezing. Trading 5622. There isn't a lot of 5625. Not much resistance at 5625. The target would be 5550 on SPX. Attempting to squeeze higher now. We're almost near 55 or 5625. Yeah, you, Steve H, you had a blended family. That's the other thing too, right? Like remarried 17 years ago, blended family's been tough. Has 2 girls, 2 boys, did not get along. That's a challenge too, right? Trying to squeeze again into the monthly right now. We're at 5625 right now. You might see a pullback here and then trying to get the 5650. Blended families are tough too, right? They're all hard. You might get a pullback here and then to go higher. Yeah, you got. I didn't even discuss blended families. That's a whole other ball of wax, isn't it? You need to have. Let's say you get a divorce. You have kids, and you get a divorce. You separate. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kids, or whatever it is, right? You separate or get a divorce, and then you need everybody to get along, right? You need kids from another unit to get along with kids from another unit. You need 4 parents to somewhat not wanna like kill each other. Jealousy, anger, time together. I'm sorry, I haven't been in the Discord. I'm trying to read it all right now. I'm in the Discord right now, reading through it all. Oh, dude, we might get. You guys are asking if we're going to break out here. It's going to take work. Let's slow down here for a minute as a group. Hold on. Hang tight for a second. I'm reading through the messages right now. Trigger screen. Okay, so let's do quick, just easy here for a minute, okay? I want you all to just chill here for a minute. Okay, just easy, like scale out a little bit. Just like breathe. Breathe, okay? Let's just look where we really are. Let's look at where we really are, okay? Let's just be calm, cool, and collected, okay? This 562 right here, okay? This is last Friday. This was the target, 562. Okay? So you got 562, the monthly. Remember the monthly and the weekly bar down here? Right? See the 2 green lines right here? This is the target, right? Now we're breaking below it, pissing out. Now you start seeing the in the brief last night, I had a piece for you to read where retailers are getting scared and traders are getting scared down here, and that's what you want to see, right? See this right here, see this right here. We're now up here trying to break out, right? As long as we're in here, what's been the best trade? Waits for lows, waits for lows, waits for lows, right? Try to get long, right? And I want you to think about this whole area right here. So we're slamming into this right here. What happened the last 4 or 5 times we've slammed into there? Sold you down, sold you down, sold you down, sold you down, spike up, but sold you down. New highs. Yeah, that's all good to see. Right? So even if you were going to break out here, what would be the expectation? We get the prior high right here, right? Look at it right here. We got the next one right over here. So do you want to get caught in a sell down? Probably not. You want to get caught down here? Probably not. Right? So I'm sure you guys want to buy the calls right now. I'm sure of it. In truth, you want to see the breakout, right? Remember this prior high right here, right? Nice little pullback, daily or hourly trigger, right? Maybe trade that one right there, but come back down, try to get that one right there, right? Now, what I really want to show you, the more importantly from this is that this zone right here. See this zone right here? This is where there's lots of danger for a bull. There's a lot of resistance here. So I never like being long on support, or I never like to be short in, like, if we're coming down into support, we get a lot of support here. I really don't care if we break through it or not. You get out of the trade in case we ricochet to the upside. Does that make sense? If you take this trade like 10, 100 times, you're going to get blown up. You're in the trade here, and you're exiting. And like, you got a bear that's like, oh, I'm getting puts right now, bro. Look, it sliced through. I made all this money. Oh, and I stopped. I closed my shorts here. You can't do that over and over and over and over and over and over and be a winning trader. The same is on the inverse. So you don't need every trade. When we're coming up here, you don't need to be like, oh, look, bro, I won. That doesn't matter. If it breaks above, you're then looking to buy the dip. If the support is held, I would rather buy the dip above into the next channel. Does that make sense? When we break through resistance on a successful back test to go higher. Same thing holds true when you're coming down into support. Your inputs are your short. You exit as we are approaching it. If we break through and begin to make new lows, you get short again. But you do never, ever be short in here, ever, in my view. Or at least I don't. So you don't need to win everything. I'm going to delete all of this really quick just to show you something here. We'll redraw it all. Okay, so this looks great. Like, all this looks good. This looks great for a turnaround. This looks fucking beautiful. You've got the hourly trigger turning up. You've got a breakout happening here, right? This all looks great. I got no problems with this to attack the upside. We're above the daily trigger. This all looks good. We've got a prior high on the daily right here. Right there. You got another one up here. I'm sure you want to attack that one. Right? You're like, fuck yeah, baby, do it, right? This all looks good to me. But I want to show you something. I want to go down here, bottom right-hand side, and I want to show you something that's not being shown here. This is the hourly trigger up here on SPX. So we break out, right? And this is a big resistance bar right here. You know, back test up. So always be trying to buy these back tests here, down here, down here, down here. Make sense? Always be lower. Always be in the pain, or the pain is coming. Always be in the pain. Always be in the pain. Never, ever try to buy calls like right here for that move. Don't do that. Just wait for the pain and put your own risk tolerance on. Does that make sense? We also have a natural resistance here at, it's not showing, or I don't have it snapped here. Right there. There's a little bit of resistance right there too. So if you're not long right here, you are waiting to get long. If this squeezes up and hits here, you're waiting for the pullback to get long. You're not long like right here. I'm getting long for this. No. It's always back tests up, back tests up, buy with stops underneath. Get stopped out, that's okay. You got a DCA, that's okay. Add a little bit for this upside move. But never be trying to get long for that bullshit. You run that trade like 10 times, you're going to fucking fail every time. Or not every, you're going to fail like 7 out of 10 times. I can show it to you right here. Show it to you right here. Fail, 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 fail. You know, it's just be easy. And not only that, SPX in particular. SPX in particular. Look at this closely here. Oh, sorry. Got a lot of room up here. Got a lot of fucking room. Got a long way to go up here. We do the breakouts. We have resistance right here. You get that hourly trigger underneath, but you tick the high. Like that's the trade. That's the big trade right there. But you need all this to happen before you get there. You know, you're like waiting still. Or you have enough time on your trade that you can suffer that to get that up there. And if we end up getting like the weekly, you know, we're just in here, and then you're waiting for the 14th. You know, you get the 14th, we've got flows coming in the market. You got the 19th over here. This is the actual window to move higher. Just be patient. Would be the thing that I would say to you is, I'm reading the Discord right now. Be cool. Please. As a trader, as a bull or a bear, I don't care if you're a bull or a bear. If you're a bear, if you're buy curious, you should be shorting strength, right? Like big moves higher, looking to come in and short it. If you are a bull, you are looking for pain to buy a discount. Always. When everyone else is in pain, and don't chase squeezes. Don't be like, oh, but Cap, that one time it squeezed. I should have done it, dude. There's so many examples of that failure. Even if this time is different, you don't need that money. You do this over and over and over and over. You have to have the law of averages on your side, where you're going to have a fucking job, where you fucking go to work every day for the next 20, 30 fucking years. You got to break those habits. I'm begging you, as a trader, as an investor, I'm begging you to look for excess blood to get long. Can you imagine? I'm reading the Discord, not the Discord, I'm reading the YouTube and Twitch chat this morning, and it's just doom. Can you imagine buying something in FOMO? You got to be out of your fucking minds. You got to be out of your fucking mind. Like, you got to buy doom, and you sell FOMO, especially like big raging FOMO. And it doesn't matter if it goes up another fucking 50 points. If you're in there for 300 points, you've made so much money. There are so many people that watch this show every day that never say a word. I have thousands of people that watch this show every day on right now 4 different streaming services that never comment in our chats. We have 2,000 members of our service, right, that never say a word in Discord. These are people that probably mute me unless they want to hear me at inflection points, because they already know this. They don't need to be told to wait for excess lows or excess highs to get long or short. There are people like David AMS in there, John L. In our Discord, LVR, Monkey, you name them. We got lists of people in our chats that tell you the same stuff every day in YouTube. John, like people, right? Jill Natolo's out there. I saw Jill was here today. Whole bunch of great traders in Twitch. Whole bunch of great traders on YouTube. They say the same consistent things day in, day out to you. Stop chasing that shit. It is not where the money is. Stop chasing like the squeeze moment. Like, look for the pullback for the squeeze. Look for the fear to get long. It'll benefit you for years and years to come. Okay, I'll leave it there. Sorry. Let's do this together. So let's take a quick break. Let's cool down a little bit. We drew this in yesterday, right? I said to you, this week should be This week should be. I'll post this on Discord. I'll post this on Twitter because I'll post this on Twitter. Hold on. I have never posted this on Twitter. I will though. And if you're a free member, let me post this on Twitter for you. I'm not going to post it with spy or anything for the fucking cheap seats on Twitter. Hold on. Until this doesn't work. Hold on. Where is that? Give me a second here. On the 14th. We have been trading this. I've been roughly trading this until it doesn't work. Okay, so I posted a chart for you to look at. Now, do I think it's going to trade exactly like that? No. Do I think it could go way out of what that chart is? Yes. But I'm looking for a rough painted picture of if this happens, then we do this. If this fails to happen, I kind of know where we're going, right? The opposite direction down, maybe. Maybe we get pinned in until, I don't know, fucking March 31st. Just trading sideways, baby. But it's an outline for me to look at as an example. Does history follow exactly? No. Does it rhyme? Like I've put in briefs? Yes. Oftentimes it does. Wall Street has playbooks that they run over and over and over and over again. Is it always exact? No, but there are similarities oftentimes. So, let's take a look at this week. Let's take a quick look at a few things. Let's start here on a monthly basis. Get rid of this, remove all these drawings. Showed you this yesterday. This is a monthly candle. There's accumulation going on, isn't there? There's a lot. I've said a second day in a row I've told you this. Monthly candle. This monthly candle, there's accumulation, like crazy accumulation. Accumulate. I don't know if we're going down here. I don't know if we're going down to the monthly trigger. I don't care. I just know that there's accumulation. I know that this accumulation is unless we break this, it's attempting to trade up here. Minimum up there. Okay? There's accumulation, there's no fear, there's no scare, there's hey, we've done our correction, it's 10%. Let's accumulate and trade higher. Okay, I got it. I'm getting it. Snap a line right here. It's green. Put the letter M on it. Right? We're talking about this M and this W for over a month. We got a weekly. Right here, right? So let's look back in mid-February. What did I say in mid-February? I got a target down here of 82. Why? Well, we come up here, right back down, they buy it, right? Come back up here, we come back down, bam, they buy it. Come back up here, back down, they buy it, right? Got a second target down here, don't I? So I'll start accumulating here, here, and here. I got another target down here. I'll add some more, right? And I got one more target lower, right? But still, accumulating on doom, right? Why? Is it for a return like this today? No. It's for down the road, right? So we're down. Oh, hold on here. So we're down here right now, right? We squeezing yet or no? So here's a weekly, right? Nice little gap to fill up here, right? Beautiful. Let's go to a daily basis. We're going to fill all this in together. This all looks bullish as fuck, right? Wick. We got some daily resistance right there, and we got some more daily resistance right there. And we're going to go look at a bunch of stuff right now. Whole bunch of stuff. These are the big boys right here, right? The big resistance right here, right? Need to get above this stuff to trade all that stuff first, don't we? Then we've got a 4-hour basis right here. All that shit that needs closed in. Trying to close the door on us up high. Trying to tell us we ain't going up there. And look at this. This is nice. I like seeing this. You got a low, higher low. If you were going to buy today, where would it be? Probably down here. Way deeper. Right there. If you were going to buy today, it's right here. Uh, 555.73. Is anybody looking at that? Probably not. We're just going to squeeze, bro. Squeeze. That's where I would be, right there. If I was going to buy, I'd buy right here. Much lower, right? Now, we drew something in yesterday, didn't we? We started to get new highs. Got a new high here. New high here. New high here. Hey, new high here this morning. Productive. Haven't seen that in a while, have we? We also have some other funky stuff going on, don't we? We got these sellers up here, and they've been partying, haven't they? Let's look at them. Look at that. Death and destruction. Death and destruction. Death and destruction. Death and destruction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's pretty big selling, right? And I want to show you something else. They had the big sell right here. 1, right? Oh, wait a minute. Didn't go down. Oh, came back up here. What'd they do? What they tell you? No, right? You're not getting out of this, are you? Or not that easily. And furthermore, let's look at this one right here. And let's look at this one right here. And we had an immediate sell down, right? And now they're trying to still sell you down, aren't they? Right here. Right? Want to blood your ass down here and do this one down there, aren't they? So let's put that one in. They're not done with you, are they? We haven't broken out yet, have we? Haven't broken out yet, have we? Hourly trigger. You'd rather be long over here in the breakout, wouldn't you? Right? You'd rather see price go up here rather than fight this. You'd rather see price breakout, successfully backtest this decline, and get long in here, right? Start squeezing these fucking bears out, right? Well, we're not doing that yet, how are we? And it's dangerous being long in here, isn't it? So if you're looking for places to buy as a bull, where the fuck is it? It's down here, isn't it? It's right here, isn't it? Here's a low. Here's a higher low. Here's another low. Higher low now, right? Low, higher low. Here's the next one right here. If we trade down here and fail this, where are we going? Where are we going? Down there, aren't we? So if you have one place to buy a dip, where is it? Right there with stops. If we fail that, we're going down here. And where are you a buyer? Down there. Make sense? Okay, so we know places to buy the dip, don't we? Let's look at some other stuff, some other fun stuff here. Get that right there, don't we? We get that, don't we? We also know that we have a window of the 14th for flows to come in. Now, this window for flows, I talked to you about sentiment, didn't I? If we cannot turn sentiment around, does Bob who has a 401k or a money manager or whatever, financial advisor, you'd kind of like to see this happen, right? Get Bob excited. You've got some mechanical flows in the market too that are helping, supposedly. We definitely don't want to be down here, do we? We definitely don't want to be. We want the help, right? We want sentiment buying. We want new flows in the market. Everybody together for breakout, right? We got a consolidation going on right here, right? Wham, 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 wham to get out of here, right? Up to the right. So what is the best plan here? Buy the dip. On an intraday basis, let's take a quick look here. Hey, look what we're doing here. 15-minute frame. Check it out. Here's 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Whoop, right here, right here, right here. Look at that blood. Woo. If you were going to buy the dip today, where would it be? Somewhere down here, wouldn't it? Makes sense, wouldn't it? Let's look at something else that we have going on here. If we are breaking out, put this low in yesterday, right? Put this low in yesterday. I drew this in for you yesterday without this price action, right? On stream, I drew it in for you. So we're going to start that tick right there. We're going to try to get out of this, aren't we? We're going to try to break out. And get out of here, aren't we? Try to get out of here, right? If you practice Elliott wave, you know that the market wants one more wave down. Just so you know, I want you to know that if you I don't believe in Elliott Wave personally, but if you're an Elliott Wave person, you're probably expecting that downside move before we leave. If you look on a daily basis with velocity, this looks great. This looks outstanding. If you're a bull, you are looking for these pullbacks on daily velocity. If you're a bull, you're looking for these weekly pullbacks to help you to get higher. If you're a bull, you know that the week monthly is not done yet. The quarterly is not done yet. So we're not quite done here yet in the marketplace. If you look on a 30-minute basis, which is intraday trading, what else can you tell here? This is looking gorgeous. This daily looks fucking bomber to go higher. This is where you want to be getting long. Hourly is neutral. Maybe we come back down again. So hourly is weak. But this is all constructive. This is saying buy dips. Buy dip, buy a dip, buy a dip, buy a dip. Saying we start closing these days, start working our way higher. So we're bullish. But we're tactfully bullish. Back to an hour. And if we're tactfully bullish, we're looking for dips to buy, aren't we? 15 minutes. Look at this. They're trying to buy this right now. Trying to buy the dip on the 15-minute on an intraday basis. Trying to buy the dip on the hourly. Kind of bullish here. What are you going to expect? You're going to expect dips to be bought. Going to expect dips to be bought. And not only that, you're going to expect to put stops underneath, right? And if they fail, you make a new low, you'll get short, right? For that downside move. But for right now, we're buying dips. You're not fucking trying to be buying calls up here, are you? Trying to buy dips, 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 dip buyer. Dip buyer. Pain. You want to snip this for yourself? You can. Want it on an hourly basis, maybe it'll help better. That's where your buyer, pants on fire. Where do you get super long? Not here, right? Here, back testing, right? You're trying to get long in here for the big move higher. Big move higher. The breakout is danger. This is all danger, 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 danger. Always better to be down here until we confirm the breakout. Confirm the breakout. Let's look at this closer. Here's a 15-minute. Here's a 15-minute. Here's a 15-minute. Here's a 15-minute. Here's a 1 hour. Here's trend. This morning, we waited until we got to trend. Yeah, set up. There's risk of downside crash. Not crashing, but blasting through here. But we had a nice little run, didn't we? Look at that beautiful fucking move right there. Wham. Right? Gorgeous. Consolidate, distribute. You pick your poison. Where you think we get long? Is it there? Is it there? Is it there? There? Is it there? Make sense? What's been working? That worked. That one worked. Let's say this one, let's say this beautiful one right here, right? Let's say it fails. Blood, 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 right? How do you get long here? You wait until you beat your prior high, don't you? You see that 1 minute trigger comes like this. Whoop. Price goes over the 1 minute trigger. Let's get long in here. Make sense? Prior high above the 1 minute trigger. Let's go. You can do that here. You can do it here. Let me show you something else here. So you've got a bear cross right here, right? If you get price that, if you're looking for, are the bulls here in this 15 minute? How do I know that, Cappy? Cappy, how do I know if it's buy the dip on this 15, that 15, or that hour? Do I just guess? No, you don't need to guess. You just need to know where the supports are. All you need to know is know where these are. You need to know where velocity is. You need to also know what else. Is price above the 1 minute trigger? The answer is no. You need to know about the prior highs. There's one right here. And this is the one you really need to know. That one, and most importantly, if you want to trade this prior high or equal legs, right? Catch the new high or double top to burn to the depths of hell. All you really need to know at this point is this. That's it. Are you long here? No. You are looking for the break higher. Doesn't matter if it doesn't happen. You're looking, watching. You're just watching. That's it. You're just watching for this prior high, right? And then you're watching for this line right here, this 1 minute trigger, aren't you? You start seeing price go high again right here. I'm going to tell you what. We're going to attack this one right here. So you can like tactfully trade this if you want. Right? But even so, scaling out, you know what? What do you know scaling out? Back to scaling out again, right? We haven't broken out yet, have we? So danger in here, right? So maybe you're just watching all of this to beat this high. You're just waiting for this to happen. You're just waiting. You're not doing shit. You're just sitting on your hands waiting for that to happen. And get long as fucking here, try to sell this. And what's fascinating about this is oftentimes on an initial breakout, something else I probably should talk about. Oftentimes on an initial breakout, right here, they actually slam you down. It's brutal. The breakout's actually way down here. Very rare, but it happens. You'll see like the initial breakout, it'll be a false breakout. And you'll all be long as fuck. And in this back test over here, people aren't waiting to see if this holds. They're just long. Oh, it broke up, bro. I'm buying calls. Every call in the fucking market. As soon as those call buying ends, dealers send it right down. Flush your face right out of there when you should have been the guy waiting right here and waiting down here. Always be looking for the dips. Always be looking for the dips. Lamborghini. Always be looking for the dips. I should get a job on Wall Street and yell at fucking young traders. One penny too short. 1 penny. Look at this fucking algos. Like a half a penny too short. Look at that shit. These fucking algorithms. Look at that fucking. Look at that fucking thing right there. You get the tick right there, and this fucker is like a. That right there. Look at that. That tick right there. Look at that fucking failure right there. It's like half a. It's 1 penny. 1 fucking penny. Savages. Goddamn fucking hate computers. These goddamn computers. Do it again. Get me the penny. Just sell my soul before doing so. I'm reading your two. The time that I just spent with you in that segment, it cannot be understated to not have hindsight trading. Do not ever watch market go zoom and say, fuck that guy, I should have taken the trade. I knew it and he didn't. You run that trade over and over and over and over and over again, you are going to fucking lose. You're going to break your fucking account. Always be patient with a pullback. Any pullback. 15-minute, half-hour, day, 4-hour, I don't care. Look for the new high. Boom. Long. Stops underneath. Trade turns around on you. Stops yourself out. Raise your stops. Must have stops. Do I think we're turning higher? Yes. Are you long with long call spreads from major low? If not, the answer is no. Fuck you. The answer is no. You gotta wait for the next low. Just imagine we squeeze tits off today, tomorrow, and we come all the way back down and trade 83. Not 83, 48. Excuse me. We go down and trade 48. It's fucking 100 points on futures lower, 10 points on SPY. There's always a dip to buy. Got that new high. Good to see. What up, Richard? You got the new high. You're just looking for a pullback now to go high. And there's another problem here too. It could be a back and forth thing. I never like seeing this stuff like the. Why is that doing that? I don't know. Like, whoa. What the fuck is that? Like you could see like this kind of a thing here, like rip higher then down. Look at it like this. We got 3 o'clock, right? Go back to the trigger screen. 3 o'clock doom right here, right? And look at that. We might even have more down. Means we're going higher, but right there, something like that. Looks beautiful, doesn't it? Wait a minute. That's 230. Doom. And we got 230, right? We got Doom. Fail the high, send it down to 3 p.m. Maybe even higher, maybe even lower, right? Great, doesn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Remember this down here? Now look beautiful right there. We got the high. That's good to see. That means we're coming back up here. Fail that right there. See how this works. Got the high back here. Your next attack is this grouping right here. So this one right here. This is where they're going to try to sell you down. They're going to attempt to sell you down. If this white 1 minute comes up and holds us up, we'll get the new high right there. Not a lot of time left for bulls. How's that look for you? You guys see it? Is that making sense to you out there? Yes, the Discord and the stream work hand in hand. Let me explain how this works. You're asking. We give you if you're a supporter level, we give you 12 charts updated twice a day with triggers and velocity. You also get updates on our website. If you ever need to have a chart done on the majors, you can ask Riding the NAR. You just tag Riding the NAR, at Riding the NAR. Do you have any time to do Tesla for me? And you'll get that chart posted for you in the market chat. Now, inside the Discord, you also have a second layer. You've got rooms, channels with pro tools in there. You've got like a gamma tool. You get unusual whale tool. You get a trading ticks tool. There are people in there that use those tools every day. Water Boy. So you have Riding the NAR. You have Water Boy. He knows all about those tools. If you have a question about how to make money, I would defer you to people like Condor LVL, John L. If you're trying to day trade or trade futures, I would defer you to people like David AMS. And the coolest, and we put a market brief out most nights when it's needed. So you read your brief at nighttime, you get your charts from the website, you get all the stuff you're looking for, you get in the Discord, you hang out in the different rooms. If you are inside of the pro trader rooms, you get handheld, trading advice, education, not advice, but I shouldn't say advice, but education on how to trade the stock market profitably in and out every day. If you're looking to stop being a degenerate, you raise your hand and say, I am a degenerate. I do not make 20% after taxes every year on my trading. If you can't make 20% after taxes, you're doing it wrong. So raise your hand in Discord, say, I need help. I want to stop losing money. Get to know people, listen to people, watch people. We have traders that are trusted in there with little Captain Jim James icons above their names. We've got moderators, mentors, and admins. They're all there at your disposal to help you along. Like meeting someone new, you get into the Discord and you don't go crazy. Don't be like, I'm this or I'm posting that and I'm doing that. Just be like, hey, I'm going to watch and learn and look around and see who's doing what. We get Bloomberg updates, Bloomberg terminal updates all day long in our Discord. You can't find that shit anywhere on FinTwit. Anywhere. So pay attention to the people that are in there that are giving you information. Pay attention to the information that's placed in there for you to consume. Make sure you stay ahead of the game with all of us. So you're reading the briefs, you're reading the drops, you're reading the white papers, you're reading the shit from Nomura, GS, JPM, and you're checking in with people. Think about that. Like, hey, man, Condor, are you part of Theta Gang? Do you think we're going to range here? How long do you think we're going to range here? What are your expectations for a break up or break down? Pretty good. to ask Theta Gang what they think, right? They love when the market is roped into a range. I'm trying to trade a breakout, Condor. Do you think I should be buying the lows or trying to buy a breakout or a breakdown? Or John L. Like John L. is the admin of our Discord. I trust that man. He's a quant in real life. We have legitimate Wall Street traders in our Discord as admins and moderators and mentors. These are legit people. We have legit traders that have the certification from prop firms for being a winning trader, make money. They will show you that they are winning traders. They always post, or not, they'll tell you, I'm long, I'm short, I'm out, I'm in, stuff like that before it ever happens. They take L's and they take W's. But most of these guys are legitimate traders. They trade there for a living. This is what they do. So you watch the Discord chat. It's the one you want to be watching, and you want to be watching the show together. And what the show is, two things. It's to try to encourage people to stop fucking losing all their money into like a honeypot. Come on in so I can stop you from being a fucking degenerate anymore. And the second reason is because most of these educational services do not run live every day. They tell you something once a night, right? They're always like, they make a video at nighttime for 17 minutes and they go, oh, this is what happened today. And these are the 3 possible outcomes for tomorrow. And it's not on us how it goes, right? They just give you the fucking juice, the Kool-Aid for you to drink in whatever position that you're in. And they give themselves an out if they're wrong. We, on the other hand, are holding your hand all day long. We stay here with you all day long so that there's no like cop out. If the market goes the other way, we know what's going to happen. Reset our plan. Make sense? This is stuff that you can't get anywhere else. You literally have mentors all around you all day long. It's a good thing. It's usually the piece that's missing for most traders, which is trading with other traders. It's hard to find that anywhere else. You can't, like, the Discord's, or not Discord, FinTwit's cool, but it's not, they usually come out, right? I'm long, and then they come out after say I'm short or closed. They never explain to you the mechanics of why they're getting long, why they're getting short. If something goes awry, which always happens, you will be wrong. So if it's wrong, what's the other option? Right? If we break out here, what's the other option? Very, very rare to have people around you that'll explain to you where to be long, where to get out, where to get long again, where to get out, all that kind of stuff. Like let's say we don't roll here. Let's say right now we break out. Right? Break out here, we get a new high. Where are we going to pull back to? Where can you take the next trade? Right? Very important to becoming a better trader. So when you see people on Twitch and YouTube, not everybody, but there are people on Twitch and YouTube that only have the stream to go by. You guys have the benefit as a member to have the whole picture. Accountability. God, I should start making videos and just give you all 3. I always see people doing that. I'm like, what are they doing? People love this shit. They soak it up. And then they're like, oh God, that guy told me that it was going this way. And the guy goes, no, go watch the video. I gave you this other option here. I was right. I'm always right. Every time I'm right. Sorry. This is why I don't have a ton of followers. I'm always shitting on. That's why we have a paid Discord. It keeps out the bots, the wolves, the do-gooders that like to ruin a good thing. Like, can't have everybody in there. It's got to be a small group. It can't be fucking the entire internet. We tried that. We tried a free Discord. It didn't work. We legitimately tried it. It doesn't work. I guess that could be a little bit. I could have cleaned this up, but yeah, fuck it. I guess this one would go down here, wouldn't it? I got that wrong. There would be your 15, and there would be, yep, right down there, and then that would be your fucking bloodbath down there. Was that 3 p.m.? Some kind of bullshit, and we're down there. Come on, Bulls. You can do it. You got a half an hour, baby. Sometimes we can squeeze up from 2:30 to 3:30, by the way. It's just rare. It doesn't happen a lot. Happens like 3 out of 10 times. Yeah, dude. Like, you could take just one. This is one of those one trades a year, by the way. This whole thing is. All right, here we go. We're going to find out if we fucking party to the upside right now or not. All these fucking bears, man, we're going to fuck these bears up. I posted a chart for you inside the Discord earlier, right? Like one of these times we're going to break out. And it's going to be good. We're going to hog time. We're going to wrap these fucking bears up with some baling wire. We're going to strap them to the front of the fucking truck. It's going to be like, what is it? Fucking Road Warrior. Spray paint their faces and let them know that they're going to stick a needle in their arms and suck all that bear blood out. Bears are like, but I'm Mel Gibson, no, bro. Thanks, Richard. I appreciate it, brother. Yeah, Thunderdome. Let's see if these fucking the fucking bears in my Discord are already showing bear shit. They got the new high, baby. They got the new high. You fucking sexy fucks. Come on, give me a fucking one more squeeze and a 3. Okay, so we got some more to talk about. What else do we have to talk about here? There's a few things. So, let me look at IWM really quick. I meant to check that today and I didn't. Ooh. They didn't hit their fucking. I forgot about. We didn't get that 195, did we? I wonder if we come back for the 195 on IWM. So we left behind. I want to tell you guys some kind of cool. We one of the reasons why I'm apprehensive of us not making a new low. The Elliott Wave crew wants a new low. IWM never hit its monthly low. It's so close, and it normally would lead a turnaround, like a big one. It hasn't traded 95 yet. So even if we break out here, I'm still apprehensive of the false breakout with a swing low. That could be the day before Vixpiration too. Maybe we do the breakout and then we do the Vixpiration low and IWM hits the 195. Any of you guys know what I'm talking about? Any of you guys watching IWM at all? My only hesitation is like on like this breakout not coming back is or this consolidation not coming back for the lows is IWM. I don't know if we hit it. I don't know if we're not going to hit it. It's probably a low chance, like 30% chance we have not hit the low in IWM. But I don't know if they're going to save it for like expiration or maybe they save it for DivX. I don't know. I wish we hit it this morning. I wish we got a bad. I actually wished this morning we got internally. I wished for a bad print this morning. It would have been a nice, neat little package, like swing low, hit 195 in IWM, IWM start ramping, bleed Tesla out one more time, and then wham. They're still saving it, though. There's still like this looming downside move. Not this one, but a larger frame downside move on IWM. We don't have to do it. They leave that shit behind a lot and bottoms. But it's so much cleaner. It gives so much more confidence that we're done. It just looms in the back of my head. Yeah, we don't have to hit that one. Everything else is turning up, like LMT Cat was telling you like a week ago. There's a few index. We have to do that show one of these days too. I have to do a show on how I look at the market with single issues and indexes, commodities and materials like gold and shit and and fucking currencies. I gotta do a recording on that because I do it at nighttime, but I don't have a lot of time at nighttime, so I make it fast because it's a pain in the fucking ass. But I got to do a show on it. I should just record it at nighttime. It's such a pain in the ass. Maybe we could do like layouts. I should do layouts for you guys. Layouts to read the market as a whole. We got a new high, by the way, over here, so we'll see if we can catch one more upside move here. Trade 561.50. That's cool. Stretching Walls just gave some insight. He said that when I see heavily shorted stocks start to turn up, it's how I know a bottom might be near. That's good insight. I like that one. Nvda is super bullish. Apple looks great here. Higher low in the daily on Apple. Tesla grinding away to the upside. Misfit cranking right now. God, it wants to fucking squeeze so bad, doesn't it? Whole market wants to fucking rip faces off. Diamond fucking has the bear suit on. He doesn't want to see the rip. Squeeze it. Note the upside target here is 50. $56.50 at SPX. Or not, sorry, not 50. 56.35. 56.35 at SPX. A little bit of volatility here. Apple looks fucking beautiful right now. Apple could bring us home here and crank us out here. Apple looks great. Thanks, young trader. It's 56.35 somewhere in there. Don't be too caught up there, but that's where it is. All right, 2:45. I'm going to take a quick break till 3 p.m. Watch out for the 3 o'clock. Watch out for the 3 o'clock doom. Try to get up here as quickly as possible. I'll be right back. Give me like 15 minutes. I'm going to go potty really quick. Just taking a break. Back in a minute. We haven't played this in a while, have we? What do we got here? None of that. We don't need none of that. Can we get it or not? Are we gonna do it or not? Are we gonna do it? Don't roll us over yet.
7% from 0.9% in December. They see 2026 growth of 1.2% versus 1.3% previously, and 1.3% for 2027, which is unchanged. Bank of France notes that the economy faces uncertainty over US tariffs. The Bank of France lowers their 2025 inflation forecast to 1.3% from 1.6%. And French central bank sees HICP inflation of 1.3% in 2025 versus 1.6% previously.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding?
Oh, we're gonna find out, aren't we? Because you know where we go, don't you?
Our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service.
All that shit just carries right over right there. ho, ho, ho. Ho, 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 ho. Who's rocket surgeon? Here we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. The other half hour up there. Do they wreck us or not? We've got a 1 minute curling over right now. Still no bear doom just yet.
So Interior Secretary Burgum says that the US can get rid of 20 to 30% of regulation. Saying the US needs to drill baby drill as well as mine baby mine.
Drill baby drill. Did she really say that? She didn't say that, did she? She didn't really say that, did she? We have like official White House memos with crazy like the fake news from CNN. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me take this off. Like I saw the official White House memo that said the fake news CNN. I was like, oh God. Like, an official memo from the White House. Was this real? Did they just say that? Someone from the White House just said drill baby drill. I was like, how do you have these as official statements of the government? All right. Maybe. Come on, fight back, baby. Get up there. Hit that W. Keep on grinding. What day is today? Is today Wednesday? Let's go look at calls again. Had a good day today again. I'm having pretty good days here. Bye. Hold on. Calm down, Spoos. Jesus Christ, can't wait. 560s. $1.58. What? Almost not worth it. Not fucking worth it. Not worth it until the pullback. God, it's like, sorry, I'm trying to look around on my side here to see if it's worth buying some calls for a squeeze here. 563s are 38 cents. 64s are 22, but they'll be worthless if we get up there. What do they cost? What do they cost for tomorrow? 13th. What are 563s? 563. $2. God damn. It sucks being in negative gamma. Oh. Like all the dealer, so every day I come into the market and you can kind of tell that we're turning up. You can also tell that the dealers are anticipating a squeeze. They don't know when it's going to happen, but if you look at like a day out options in the money, like right now, like a day out 30 delta is like $3 on calls. Like, fuck.
We're going to take back our wealth and we're going to take back a lot of the companies that left.
there's not a lot of call action either, so it's like very like there's not a lot of interest in calls, so they ain't cheap. I was gonna buy some zero dates, but it's still kind of shitty. Like I like the ideas of 60s and 61s, but they're a little too pricey for me. $1.28 or 83 cents. It's 3:00 in the afternoon. They want me to pay to play. Then I was looking at calls for tomorrow that are like 63s, so I don't get burned. Because what else can happen here too is if we do trade this, they'd be worthless going into the bell. I really need blood here. If it like, or not if, but for me, I need it to bleed. You do? Yeah, like last 10 minutes. I would love to see like a bloodbath down here into the close. What do we got for news tomorrow? I would love to be a buyer down here. Down here, any of this. I hate chasing. Or I don't like chasing this for the money. Or the risk, I should say. Like, why does he have to say this? Like, so, like, some of this shit with Trump, just like, like, a lot of Democrats I speak to are not anti a lot of this stuff. A lot of Dems. It's how they're doing it. Like, I don't like saying shit like he just said U.S. is going to take back a lot of what was stolen from it by other nations. Like, stolen.
White House economic advisor Hassett says he expects US GDP growth to be 2 to 2.5% in the first quarter. He's currently speaking in a Fox News interview.
Yeah, it's like Elon. You want to do Doge, do it from the government, not from you. You want to like save money or whatever. I'm down with that. I think everybody realizes there's waste, or there's waste. Well, they're confluating two different things, and I struggle with it because it's a complex subject. Like, that there's some waste. Some of that is culturally built into the government, being a government worker. You don't get as a government. If you're a government, I've been a government worker. I was in the Army. You never get anything for doing anything above and beyond or fixing anything. But if you break something or do something that doesn't work, you get in a lot of trouble. So our processes in the government don't really benefit making things better. And that's from top down, not bottom up. Another issue is that some things are not meant to be efficient. And that's another thing that people get wrong. Like I was reading some commentary about, well, yeah, look at how cheap SpaceX can do it. You have to understand that like most tech today, was developed in the 1960s and 70s. I'm not kidding. Learn language models, all developed from federal money at state or at institutional level, research institutions. There's like all kinds of problems here. Like the reason you have a government is because they're constantly working on safe ways of doing things or setting standards, proving and disproving things. And that's another issue. Can't have just a company doing it. Companies will never, ever do that work unless it's mostly efficient for them to make money and profit, not for the benefit of you as the taxpayer in your country. That's what your country is there for. country is there to protect you from being thrown away, or they cut your arm off and they go, yeah, fuck you, we're gonna kick you to the side. You know, we've got 100 of you, we only lost one of you due to this one defect. It's an acceptable loss. That's profit. It's capitalism. There has to be like this. If you're paying taxes, there has to be some safety nets for you, or safety. And then research costs money. And some research is too expensive or doesn't make you any money. But it's meant for the furtherment or betterment of humanity, not just profit. So there's like, it's a very complex subject, but the way we're doing some of this stuff is just bizarre, or dangerous, and a bunch of other adjectives. And I realize that part of this is, or I think part of this probably stems from like my dad's generation, likes the idea of the destruction of everything, so that because of the bureaucracy and the swamp, not the swamp that they talk about, but the swamp like you'll never make a change or disrupt these ingrained facilities. I don't know if that's true though either. I think you could get most of America behind some of this stuff if you did it the right way. Maybe this is the only option. Maybe I'm wrong here. I think that's the gambit too from Trump, is that they come out on the other side. I think that is Trump and Elon's gambit, is that they'll do all this, and on the back end of it, they'll look like they saved the world or saved America or whatever. I don't know that I would take that gambit personally. I've been trying to figure that out. Like, what is the gambit? Because the dangers are real if you fail at that gambit. And Elon's expressed that. He said that, you know, if this doesn't work, I'm fucked. A clear as day statement. I'm always scratching my head on that stuff, though. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I don't think it ends well, to be honest. I don't think it ends well, but we'll see. When I say I don't think it ends well, I think about Reagan, and it ended very well for him and his legacy. Whether you like or hate him, or the negative impacts over decades from Reagan, he was still remembered as this at that time as being successful. I was very young at that time when Reagan was in office, but I do remember when I was very, very young, no one believed that Reagan would be that guy. And as a matter of fact, the books that I've read, it said even at that time period when he first decided to run, people laughed at him. Like a Hollywood actor is going to be president. He got a lot of change in our country. He did that, made a lot of change in our nation. You can see it. If you go to the Fed website, you can see how all the data changed while he was becoming president. Whether that was good or bad doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't matter whether it was good or bad, or we can argue it's good or bad. It matters is that legacy at that time period was considered good in that time period. And he did at that time period have the nation's attention in a much more positive way, I think, than Trump today. I think at that time period, most of America, I do remember that the last 2 years of his presidency, it was becoming like, hey, is he senile? Or I guess I shouldn't say senile, but I forget what it's called right now. Does he have dementia? Which, of course, you stopped seeing Reagan. You only saw Nancy Reagan. I remember that stuff. They used to do these, there used to be, I don't know what show it was, if it was SNL or they would do puppets with him sleeping in the bed. They had the button next to him with the red phone and stuff. And they were questioning who was running the country his last couple of years of presidency. Maybe some of you know more about this than I do, because I was very young at that time. I was just a kid. slam right into there. Bam, like it's nobody's business.
Trump's FTC moves ahead with a broad Microsoft antitrust probe. The agency is meeting with companies and groups to seek information. FTC is asking detailed questions on AI and cloud software terms. Next step in Microsoft probe falls to the new FTC chair, Ferguson. So again, Trump's FTC moves ahead with a broad Microsoft antitrust probe. Bit of weakness in the S&P 500 here following this. Microsoft shares as well, quickly pairing gains, now close to flat on the session.
Oh, I've never seen that, Sam. There was one years ago. It was like puppets. I don't know if it was a show on HBO or if it was a show. I have to look it up. I just recall it. Yeah, I forgot about that, Lisa, too. The astrology. I forgot about the astrology. I forgot about that, too. Mm-hmm. I remember that now, though, that you brought it up. Watch out, there's a bear plane up here, a big one.
Risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
He took a lot of grief when he ran against Ford in 75, 76, but then his speech to the RNC pretty much cemented his spot. Wasn't he also like was he the president of the NRA at one point? And that's where he started like making his speeches and stuff, where people started liking on him. Here, let me see if I can find that video. One that I'm thinking about. Yeah, this was it right here. Reagan is a puppet with nuke nurse buttons. Been a long fucking time. That's my assumption, is that I know Trump wants the Nobel Peace Prize too. He wants it bad.
iMoneyNet says US money market fund assets are up 19.78.
Shut the door on the bulls.
Ending March 11th. Again, US money market.
Shut the door on the bulls so I can get a new low. Don't do this.
For the week ended March 11th.
I like this trader's market. Jesus Christ, Microsoft. What the fuck? Trump's FTC moves ahead with broad Microsoft antitrust probe. Fuck. God damn it. I own Microsoft. Oh, it's recovering right now. Jesus Christ, Microsoft. Pull your pants up. If you're long Microsoft, you're being given an opportunity to get out right now. Trump's Federal Trade Commission moves ahead with broad Microsoft antitrust probe. You know what this has to do with, right? This is Bill Gates. He fucking Trump hates Bill Gates. fucking spiteful motherfucker. God damn. Yeah, and it falls to the new FTC chair, Ferguson. Yeah, you got it, Epstein, baby. You got it, Epstein. Like when they didn't release the Epstein files, I think Winky Face made a joke. He was like, they're going to scratch out everybody's name but Bill Gates. Like scratch out Trump's name and then just leave Bill Gates. Yeah, and that's a good point too. Elon fucking hates him too. Elon fucking hates Bill Gates too. It'd be hilarious. Oh, I should post it on Twitter. Hold on a second. That's so fucked up. So fucking petty. He's so fucking petty. He really is. He's so fucking petty. The fuck you think I drew this right just now? It's just been here for like 2 hours. What are you just like checking in right now? Who just checked in just now? We just ramped it the whole fucking way. We just did this whole super ramp. We just did the whole super ramp. We've gone for 2 hours. We were done with the ramp. We're going back down. Melinda French got out of the marriage fast when she threatened to spill Epstein stories. Hold on, I'm trying to read that. Hold on. I want the dip. I'm greedy. I can't afford, well, not afford, but I don't want to pay the calls. Yeah, I know. I'm being more greedy here. I don't want to buy the I don't want to pay the money for the calls. They're not going to give it to me. I already know. Whenever I want the dip, I don't get it. You have 28.48 for your yellow box. I just want the dip. I just want the cheap. Give me the cheap, baby. What do we have for economic calendar? Oh, I guess hold on a second here, guys. Tomorrow morning we have PPI at 8:30 on Thursday. We have a 30-year note if you're a TLT boy. TLT bond auction at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Then we get Michigan consumer sentiment at 10 on Friday.
Schumer told Democrats to push for an alternative stopgap.
PPI. That's going to be good, right? We already know it's going to be good. Well, yeah, that should be good.
So the full tweet says Schumer, who's the minority leader, told Senate Democrats that without Democrat support, Republicans do not have the votes to pass the House spending bill, and that the Senate Democrats will push for Senator Murray's continuing resolution running through April 11th, according to people familiar with the matter, again cited by Semaphore.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month. And save.
As Andrew points out, House left after they passed their bill. It's very early. It's Wednesday ahead of Friday's shutdown. We'll see what Democrats say tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. Senate Dems are coming out of their lunch saying they want a 30-day CR, which is not currently a live option. The House is gone. For a second day in a row, the Dem lunch is running a lot longer than scheduled. I have no role in Trump's efforts on taxes using a party line mechanism. Breaking news, Trump will meet with Republican members of the Senate Finance Committee Thursday at the White House. House and Senate R's remain very far apart on reconciliation. I'm reading Jake Sherman from Punchbowl right now. Schumer told Dems at lunch that R's do not have the votes to pass the House's CR. Dems will push for Murray's 30-day CR. R's need 60, and what Schumer is trying to say here is they won't give the R's the votes to get to 60 for now. Oh, we got some stuff with Nomura. Upside is where it's at. One here. Not downside. There's a midday brief for you. I guess I got to give you expectations or a preliminary expectation right now for tomorrow because I haven't done that either. I don't know how much more down we can get here, but into tomorrow. I was hoping for this move here. Let me show you this. I really want this downside move here. Yeah, this is what I want right here. Okay, so if you want expectations into tomorrow, what I want or what I expect into tomorrow would be this right here. I want the downside move into the bell. I want to be buying this down here, and I want to trade 63 to the upside. So if you want to snip this, this is from earlier today. Expectations. Now, I don't know when we get this downside, if we get it now, or if we get it end of day, 4 p.m. If we get this at 4 o'clock, I'd be willing to buy some calls into tomorrow. 4 o'clock, 4:15, something like that. PPI should be good for now. I'd really like to see us get down here. And the reason I want to see us down here is because of that PPI report is in line. We're not going to like overshoot here and then overshoot PPI. So I'd really like to see the news be good and the price be low. Yeah. Expectations, preliminary, of course. If we do now, this is before the close and before Asia. Your market brief will reflect the Asia open, of course. If we squeeze up here into the bell, I would still want that downside move and then up. You already know that I told you not to chase this stuff up here, even if we get the squeeze. We did this segment earlier in the day today. And personally, I want that downside move into the close and then up to the upside. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's what I want. So if you want to snap that for what I want, I guess. And if we do, I want you to remember that if we get this upside move into the bell, I would expect that to come back down for PPI and then up. And snip that if you want. Give me the dip, baby. A little bit of dip. Not a lot of dip, just a little bit of dip. Sweep the lows. Wait 1 minute. Apologize for that. Sweep the fucking leg. Don't hold. God damn it. See how it's holding this 15-minute? Oh. Oh. See that right there? God. Just fucking take it out. Don't. Down, down, down. That is not the low that I was looking for. You see that low right there? I wanted to see that low right here. I want to see the break. Ah. No, lower. This is bad for bears, by the way. Bears needed that right there. Come on, bears. Put your back into it. These fucking bears. How about just one more drop and then I'll buy it. I'll split the difference with you. Oh, you suck. Make him bleed, dude. Make him bleed. Make him bleed. Oh, I just want one big red candle. Just one big red candle. Just give me one big red candle. Yeah, 100 lot. You gonna throw 100 lot in? I just want one fucking red. I just want one fucking red candle to buy. I just you. I just want the doom candle. I literally just want the I want like the big red fucking candle right here. So that I can buy it right here. I'm a cheap fuck. I'm fucking cheap. Just give me the what? Just give me the doom. Cover me in red. Pour a 50-gallon bucket of blood all over me so I can buy it. I'm sitting here waiting. Jesus, a fucking 556 call for tomorrow is $5. What the fuck? You gotta get the price down. I said cold. I don't mean cold. I meant high. Wrong GIF. Wrong one. I didn't mean to do GIF in the Discord. I meant to do high. Bullshit. $5 for fucking $5.56 for tomorrow. I mean, get the fuck out of here. Fucking Jesus Christ. Slam that shit down. No. What do we got down there? Hold on a second. What do we got down there? 563s. So 562s for tomorrow. $2.19. 218, 217. Come on, baby. Make him $1. Make him $1. I'll buy $1 call down here, I promise. Fucking cheap fuck Cappy. Come on down. Just come on down. Come on down. Come on down. Stop buying calls. Pick that slightly lower. Give me your doom. Jeez, I'm missing a bunch of the chat. I know. These fucks, you know what they do? Like front running me. Like, stop buying calls. Sell futures now. all you fucking pajama wearing, staying awake all night long fucks. Well, this is the worst part too, right? You know that the fucking Euro poors aren't going to buy this shit till it comes back down here at fucking 2 a.m. You know all these fucking cheap-ass fucking Europeans. They'll ramp this fucker up into the bell and then they won't buy shit until it comes back down here. Tight-pursed Euros. Their cool black clothing. Unshaved armpits. They ain't talking about the women. American men shave their armpits. Don't you know that, Euros? You should start shaving your armpits like us. Cheap fuckers. They'll be waiting down there. You wait till middle of the nighttime. They'll be down here. Oh, give me a cheaper, sir. I watched that shit last night. I fucking woke up at 2 a.m. and I'm watching the Europeans come on, and I'm like, these cheap fucks. I was like, watch what they do. I think futures are up like 0.35% or something. Fucking futures just went like these fuckers. I just want cheap. If you're from Europe, you should shave your armpits like American men. Sorry. Sorry.
House Minority Leader Schumer says GOP doesn't have the votes for a closure on the
all the American men shave their armpits, every one of them. I used to shave, dude. Oh my god, I used to shave my fucking legs. That's true. More arrow, baby. I had my wife and her sisters waxed my fucking chest once in the middle of like their yard.
GOP will allow a vote on a 30-day stopgap.
Dude, this shit wants to rip faces off, doesn't look at it. Look at how fucking beefy it is.
Now, though, we did hear this from a Semaphore reporter on X earlier, as Schumer told Senate Democrats that without Democrat support, Republicans do not have the votes to pass the House's spending bill, and that the Senate Democrats will push for Senator Murray's continuing resolution, which is running through April 11th, the 30-day stopgap. According to people familiar, again, now coming from Schumer himself, though.
1 minute to the market on close. It's about 30 seconds to the market on closing balance. Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service. 10 seconds. Market on closing balance. S&P 500 sell side 1.4.
God damn it.
Nasdaq 100 sell side 1.179 billion. Dow 30 sell side 236 million. Mag 7 sell side 771 million.
It's all sell side doom, boys. Oh my god, they're draining me right now. I just bought a rasher of cheap seats for 562. They're draining me right now.
Commentary from S&P, they say tariff uncertainty could strain large Canadian banks' profitability.
Come on, baby, do the rip into the bell.
S&P go on to say that in a longer duration tariff scenario, we expect Canadian banks' profits could be reduced through lower net interest income from shrinking loan growth.
Still no break of the 15. Come on, give me the fucking arbitrage. Come on, do it. Oh. Oh. Come on, do it. Do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Oh, fucking do it. Do it for me. Do it. Oh, I got to put a sell side on there, don't I? Ah, fuck. I hate when they do this. They're like, hey, just give me $500. I'm like, no. 15 minutes. Oh, these fuckers, man. Can't do arbitrage like you used to be able to do it. You used to get beautiful movement in here. Bam, 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 bam. No dice. Pinned again.
According to the Wall Street Journal, BMW are to absorb tariff costs on Mexican-built 3 Series sedans. So this is BMW telling US dealers that it will absorb the added costs of new tariffs on its imports from Mexico, at least for the next several weeks. So BMW, along with several other brands, have models that are hit by the new 25% levies, which Trump implemented in early March on Canada and Mexico.
I'm going to leave the stream up here for a few minutes because I'm going to see if I can get down a little bit more to buy calls for tomorrow. I got some zero dates here for the 15 minutes afterwards, but I want zero dates overnight. God, this sucks. Like, it's like perfectly priced, like for a downside move into the morning, open up here and not print zero dates for tomorrow. They're so fucking expensive. Like 563s are $1.44. These days are over buying overnight calls. $563s are $1.40 fucking five. I ain't buying them. $563 for tomorrow is still $1.49. No thanks. Like, I'll waste 9 cents or 10 cents on them. I'll waste 8 cents, but well, I would spend 30. I'd spend like, I mean, this is we're trading 558. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strikes out of the money, 5 strikes out of the money. And they want $1.49, $1.54 right now. Too risky for me for a PPI trade. No. I mean, I understand why they're priced there. But I don't want to pay that to play it. I wish we had. It sucks right now. Like, it sucks because of where we are with Gamma and shit too. But I'm gonna watch this the next 15 minutes, see if we can get it down. But I'm not willing to pay to play that. They're paying for that move, or you're paying for the likelihood of this upside move. But if we get a bad print, it's a lot of money. 10 grand. I'm not fucking risking 10 grand in a PPI print. Fuck off. No. More than 10 grand. $15,000. Get fucked. No. Nope. Data does matter. Data is used as an inflection point. $1.40 fucking 5. Get fucked. No way. Ain't paying that shit. Come on down, baby. Come on down. They're $1.37 now. Get cheaper, baby. Come cheaper and I'll buy them. Come down here. Keep coming down. Keep on coming down. Yeah, I need this to come down a little bit or I can't go long into tomorrow.
According to an industry source, tariffs, trade, and LNG exports are among topics oil executives and Trump are to discuss, as Sarah Reek reports that U.S. oil executives are to meet Trump at the White House next week. Again, according to the American Petroleum Institute, where tariffs, trade, and LNG exports are among the topics that they will discuss.
Yeah, they're going to try to ramp it tomorrow. Is my house considered a millennial house? It's considered a century home. It's not protected. I've owned a house in a protected neighborhood. It sucked. We have protected neighborhoods here. We have some neighborhoods where you have to restore exact. They're brutal.
And be on the bleeding edge of news for
I owned a house in a protected neighborhood here. When I redid the roof, it was a fucking nightmare. I had to. The worst part about that roof was I could have used modern materials to drain it, and they wanted me to use old school copper and flashing with this like stuff underneath it, and it was fucking expensive and it was bullshit. It was meant to have to be replaced, but the historical commission required it had to be exact, right down to the windows. I would never buy a house in a historical. Well, I'm too old now. If I was younger, maybe I would, but that's the age that I was at too. I wasn't. I would have needed to have owned that much younger. But it is a century home. It's still exactly, or it's been renovated exactly what the historically accurate. The only change that I changed on this house was I removed. I had asbestos siding, and I switched to wood siding. So I've got wood siding. Come on, come on. Dollar back up again, $1.40. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna get the downside move to get those calls. I'm not willing to buy, I'll buy 10-cent calls, 30-cent calls, something like that, but I'm not willing to put that outlay on for unknown news for tomorrow. We get any kind of fucking disastrous shit tomorrow. Another thing I want you to keep in mind here, just keep your focus on, is we have a
The New Zealand economy is in the early stages of a cyclical recovery.
we also have, let me go back here and read this. We also have tomorrow, so we got today, tomorrow, and Friday for a spending bill for the Senate or House of Reps and the Senate to pass. It's neutral right now what's going to happen. It's tough to talk about because the House can pass a spending bill that doesn't include it's Biden's old spending plan, they're pushing it off, but it frees up the money to be used any way Trump wants to, and the Democrats have to decide if they're going to go with that or not. And they're trying to look for some kind of medium, we'll push it off a month instead of 3 months or 6 months or whatever. Be aware that that spending bill needs to be signed by Friday.
Bank of Canada.
If that spending bill is not signed by Friday, there will be a shutdown
over time for Canadian
in our government, or volatility from that shutdown. So I want you to be aware of that heading into tomorrow and Friday.
Q2 will most likely be weaker than we forecast in January, though. And Macklem adds that I do expect there will be some spillover from uncertainty into the housing market, and that we think monetary policy right now is very much in the neutral zone. Diversity has served the Bank of Canada well, and the Bank of Canada discussed pausing rates at 3% ahead of Wednesday's announcement.
If you want to know more about this stuff, follow Jake Sherman on Twitter.
Another was why we don't wait until the US trade and tariffs are a little clearer. But given they expect tariffs to cause economic weakness, the fact that inflation is close to 2% as well, Macklem says that they felt that the most appropriate course of action was to cut 25 basis points.
$564s are cheap, still 11 grand. I'm not spending $11,000 on this bullshit. Fuck no. $63s or 63 is cheaper. It's a 30 Delta call. That's a little bit more reasonable.
White House's trade advisor Navarro says, I'm seeing a healthy decline in mortgage rates.
Not willing to pay a dollar fucking. There we go. Right there. I added some 564Cs on the bell here. They're a little bit cheaper. I didn't go 100 pack. I just did 10, so no fucking way I'm going that much money. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning.